Chapter 281. The Black Wind Camp. A slight vibration disturbed Yu Hong, who was meditating in the camp, causing him to suddenly open his eyes. His brows furrowed, feeling a slight tingling in his temples. The imprint of the black ship in his mind was releasing tiny currents of electricity like signals. It was this stimulus that jolted him out of his meditation, causing the pain. He moved his body slightly, brushing off the snow powder from his body, and stood up. Behind him, a beam of pure white light shone through the viewing window of the cave, falling on the snow and illuminating an area of more than 10 meters around. Using this light, he scanned the fan-shaped area in front of him. Outside the camp, there were no more dragon lizards patrolling, but the space was still empty, not even a shadow black bug in sight. The ultimate gate was still releasing blue mist ceaselessly, but no spiritual tides such as finger butterflies appeared anymore. At this moment, both the black disaster and light disaster seemed to have entered a relatively stable stalemate phase. Yu Hong looked up at the sky. The black mist in the sky was gradually turning gray-black, not as deep as before. It seemed that the changes brought by the ultimate gate had continued to transform the sky in this area. He thought for a moment, sensing the continual stimulations and reminders from the black ship, then turned around and walked back to the cave. Quickly packing up, he put on his protective suit and breathing valve. Yu Hong directly came to the wooden bridge behind the camp, illuminated the bridge with an atomic lamp, and then he walked straight onto it. Moving forward continuously, he soon stood at the end of the pier of the wooden bridge, facing a surging black river. The black ship was moored on the river, constantly shaking and bumping against the pier, making noises. Yu Hong tried to order the black ship to prepare to set off. But as soon as the command was issued, the whole ship vibrated, and the hull began to forcibly move, only to have large pieces of black ship skin gradually fall off. "Stop! Come back!" Seeing this, Yu Hong could only order it to return and rest at the pier again. Standing on the wooden bridge, he watched the surging water ahead, a hint of contemplation on his face. After a good 10 minutes or so, suddenly, he took a step forward. Plop! A light sound. He actually jumped directly into the black river. Like a plummet, his body splashed a little water, then submerged into the waters of the black river. Bubbles gurgled up from beside him. He quietly sank, adjusting his posture underwater to a standard head-down foot-up stance. The traits of the condensing water technique, underwater breathing and night moth, were activated simultaneously. Black water around him was automatically controlled by the cultivation technique, condensing into an ultra-thin film of black water on the surface of his body. It looked like he was soaked in black water, but in fact, using the condensing water technique, there was still a layer of thin air between him and the black river. Holding his breath, Yu Hong stared intently at the movements in the black river. Since the black ship can traverse the black river to various mysterious locations and lands of vitality, does that mean that by entering here myself, I too can locate these lands of vitality? This black river, what secrets does it conceal? Besides the lands of vitality, what else is there? With these questions in mind, he continued to sinking deeper. All around was pitch black, and he could see nothing. He could only deduce direction by sensing the concentration of red value. The direction with low red value was above towards the surface, and high was downwards. The imprint in his mind could also remind him which direction was towards the camp. As Yu Hong carefully moved in the black river, he suddenly felt a cold sensation in his arms. He quickly took out a black starfish from the outer pocket of his protective suit. It was dug up on Huangsong Island. Looking at this starfish, Yu Hong could clearly see its surface slowly emitting wisps of gray smoke. It emitted black smoke on Huangsong Island, but here it changes to gray smoke? Yu Hong noted this change, observing that the smoke emitted by the starfish uniformly curved towards the lower right direction. His heart stirred, and he manipulated the black water, consuming inner chi, and used the condensing water technique to support himself as he delved in the direction where the gray smoke drifted. Soon, there were stirrings in the surroundings. Many tiny black bugs began to swim past him. He randomly enveloped one with the condensing water technique and examined it closely. The bug bore 8 legs, with an oval body resembling a sunflower seed, and its head formed a small triangle. Black ticks. This is the smallest creature unit of the Black Disaster. Could this place possibly be the main base of the Black Disaster? Releasing the black tick, he continued to descend. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge dark shadow quickly flashed past him. Yu Hong was startled, but due to the darkness, he could not see what flashed past. It seemed like a fish. He steadied his nerves and continued to descend. But as he sank deeper, the shadows passing by him became more frequent. He also occasionally encountered familiar faces, such as Big Skin, Elephant Worm, Withered Woman, Speedster, Insect Man. As the depth increased, the strength of the Black Disaster appearing around him also intensified. A continuous mix of strange laughter, bubbling sounds, sounds of swallowing food, singing, and more, intermittently emerged, blending together, reaching his ears. Yu Hong's expression remained unchanged, controlling the condensing water technique, letting the Black River water morph into a serpentine form camouflaging as a member of the Black Disaster. Because he continuously absorbed red value, causing the red value radiation concentration around him to be higher, it inadvertently masked other scents. He simply disguised himself as a black snake, letting it drag him in the direction the gray smoke was flying. Finally, about 7 or 8 minutes later, the black water gradually lightened, allowing a glimpse of the scenery a little further away. Just then, right in front of him, a massive vertical black wall appeared. In the deep, strange waters of the Black River, the appearance of a vast, wide, smooth black wall was undoubtedly a very peculiar occurrence. On the wall, a circular light spot over 2 meters in diameter was quietly embedded in the middle. The light spot was grayish-white, blooming a striking and unique white light amid the dark river water. At this moment, the edges of this white light had attracted quite a number of unknown entities. And around the perimeter, apart from Yu Hong, there was a large mass of oddly shaped shadows, all clustered together, swimming near the light spot. The shadows writhed, devouring each other, but none wanted to leave the vicinity of the light spot. Even if some were being swallowed, they did not move. Yu Hong controlled himself, stopping when he was still about 20 meters away from the light spot. He controlled the condensing water technique, continuing to condense the black snake and completely enveloping himself within the belly of the snake. Despite the high-speed consumption of his inner chi, the surrounding red value also skyrocketed, absorbing into his body and converting to inner chi, basically achieving a balance cycle. This allowed him not to worry about depletion. But he watched as the gray smoke drifting from the starfish in his hand permeated through the black water's thin membrane, slowly floating toward the light spot, forming a suspicion in his mind. Could the place with the light spot be where Huangsong Island is located? He guessed. He never expected the starfish he picked up during the day to have this function. After observing the light spot for a while, Yu Hong saw that the number of shadows gathering around it was extremely numerous. He decided to return and leave. If he directly approached under these circumstances, he would undoubtedly be discovered by the countless black disasters surrounding it. Swoosh! Suddenly, in the black water to Yu Hong's right, numerous currents transformed into hair-like fine strands, converging into a 5-meter-tall humanoid with a white glowing edge. The humanoid had 2 red lights glowing from its head, extending a hand to grasp the surface of the water snake Yu Hong had condensed. Through the surface, its red eyes stared intently at Yu Hong hidden inside. The humanoid was about the same size as the water snake, holding it with one hand yet exuding an indescribably immense power. Yu Hong felt that this power was extraordinarily exaggerated, comparable to the black giant. The control of the condensing water technique by the black snake was quickly overwhelmed. His expression drastically changed, and he immediately abandoned the snake, retracting backward from the tail of the snake. Swoosh! He was like an egg, flying out from the tail of the water snake formed by the condensing water technique, quickly covering 100 meters. Plop! Just as he had left the water snake for less than 2 seconds. A muffled sound erupted from where he was, and Yu Hong completely lost control of the water snake. The water snake exploded. Ah! He heard a series of sharp screams in his ears, as the condensing water technique recaptured the surrounding black water, recondensing a black fish, carrying him back the way they came. But this time, the return journey was not as calm as before. The black fish was continuously confronted by huge, pale human faces. Their mouths opened and closed silently in the water as if speaking. Each face was at least 100 meters wide. Yu Hong passed by them, floating like sesame seeds between gigantic basins. Using inner chi to control the condensing water technique black fish, he acutely sensed the enormity of these faces. He also sensed that they all seemed to be converging towards the direction of the light spot, approaching it. Xing! Xing! A series of deep, distorted voices of both men and women mixed together, simultaneously calling out a syllable. This sound, originating from an unknown source, made one's ears itch. Yu Hong skillfully maneuvered the black fish to dodge the collisions of the pale human faces. He skillfully passed between the faces, swimming towards the camp direction. The detector on the protective suit had already lost its value, the readings far exceeding the limits, stuck on a garbled interface. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, plop! Yu Hong's head popped out from the surface of the Black River. He leaped out, leaving the black water, and landed steadily on the wooden bridge dock of the camp. Looking back at the Black River, he recalled the scene he had just witnessed, and a vague guess formed in his heart. If the light spot is indeed the location of Huangsong Island, then that light spot might represent a point of leakage. The black disaster is slowly infiltrating the area where Huangsong Island is located through the location of the light spot. Recalling his time in the Black River, that feeling of pitch-black darkness all around, gloomy, despairing, oppressive, Yu Hong suddenly understood why the monsters in the Black River were so frantically chasing the light spot. Standing on the wooden bridge, he suddenly looked up, and in the area where he had just emerged from the water, a humanoid shadow with a white glowing edge was slowly rising from the Black River. By the time he saw it, the humanoid had already emerged more than half. Followed me back? Yu Hong immediately came to a conclusion. He pressed the reset on the detector. Beep! A piercing alarm sounded in a blink of an eye. The red value on the detector skyrocketed, exceeding the safety threshold, reaching 100,000, 500,000, a million, and it was still climbing. As the black ship could also affect the detection results, Yu Hong pressed off the detector, removing it and throwing it away. This thing is no longer useful. He watched the white light humanoid stepping on the water's surface, its 5-meter-tall body towering over him. Agrias. He took a step back, golden electric arcs lighting up behind him, from which a huge black lizard fiercely pounced. The 30-meter-long Agrias leaped over a large distance of the Black River in a blink, its claw striking towards the white light humanoid on the water's surface. Chapter 282. Bang! Water splashed in all directions as a human figure instantaneously appeared behind Agrias, gently pointing a finger. Its fingertip immediately burst forth with countless black threads. These numerous threads poked into Agrias's back scales, causing it so much pain that it angrily roared. Golden arcs of electricity suddenly surged, severing the black threads and turning them into nothing. The man and the lizard began a frenzied struggle. The figure made of white light constantly flickered, attacking Agrias's body with large amounts of black threads from every blind spot. Agrias, on the other hand, charged and broke through with golden electric light, weakening every attack, and any wound it suffered would heal automatically. Whereas its golden arcs, upon contact with its opponent's body, would directly remove large chunks of black flesh. For a moment, the two fought to a standstill. Yu Hong stood on the wooden bridge with an unusually solemn expression. Not for any other reason, but because further away under the waters of the Black River, shapes of white light bordered with black human figures began to vaguely emerge. The second, the third, the fourth, their contours already visible. Come back! He commanded Agrias to return. Instantly, A flash of golden light, the giant lizard flew back to Heavenly River, and Yu Hong retracted his aura, controlling the waters of Black River to fly up, forming an elliptical water membrane around himself again. The black water flowed, hiding his and Agrias's presence quickly, leaving only the residual traces of their aura from before. Once the aura was cut off, the white light figures also began to aimlessly search around. Seizing the moment, Yu Hong jumped onto the black ship, and sensing that it was fully charged, he quickly controlled it to leave the spot, rushing in the direction of Huangsong Island. As for the camp, as long as there's no one inside, it wouldn't attract the black disaster. It would be safer instead. And if that patch of light is indeed the region of Huangsong Island, then the moment the light fully opens, the creatures lurking in the Black River, eyeing it covetously, will certainly swarm in. Those creatures are much stronger than the initial shadow black disaster. At that depth, they must be at least level 8 or 9 black disaster. If we don't want the region there to be destroyed by the black disaster, we must quickly find the location of that light patch, as well as determine if there are other similar light exits and entrances. Yu Hong didn't want the land of vitality he had just discovered to be completely destroyed by the black disaster. Asterisk. 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 Huangsong Island. What strong wind. Inside an abandoned house. Zhao Cixi withdrew her gaze from the window, feeling a bit cold. She then remembered she was only wearing a thin undershirt. So quickly she opened the door and stepped out. She went to the room next door, belonging to Song Siyu, and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Cixi," Zhao Cixi replied. "I'm here to see if I left anything in here." She pushed the door open and saw the tent inside the room was opened, with Song Siyu holding a notebook as if she was keeping a journal. Seeing her enter, Song Siyu quickly closed and put it away. "What are you looking for?" "Come and search yourself," Song Siyu said. Now dressed in close-fitting autumn clothes and wearing fluffy pink cat ear headphones on her head. Zhao Cixi quickly crawled into the tent to search carefully, but, after a while, she did not find her gold bracelet. Could I have dropped it on the way back? She couldn't help guessing. Right away, she planned to go back to her room to get dressed and go out to look for it. "It's so late. Go look for it tomorrow. You won't be able to see anything in the dark," Song Siyu reminded. "If we have to leave tomorrow morning, it's better to find it earlier." Zhao Cixi shook her head. "But Mr. Yang told us not to leave the area surrounded by the red line tonight." Song Siyu frowned. "Do you really believe that? That old man named Yang obviously just wants to scam money. Only Gao Wen would actually believe him." "So gullible," Zhao Cixi scoffed. "Although I don't really believe in it either, when it comes to these things it's better to be safe than sorry. It's so late now, and it's unlikely that anyone on the island would happen to pick up your necklace. Take my advice, go out and look for it tomorrow," Song Siyu persuaded. All right. Zhao Cixi hesitated for a moment, feeling the darkness and cold outside. She realized she might not find anything anyway if she went out at this time, so she nodded and gave up. After saying goodbye to her best friend, she went back to the tent in her room and lay down to rest. But as she slept, she always felt as if something was missing from her wrist. Different from the others, her family was just of a common worker background. Not any kind of second-generation rich, nowhere near as wealthy as Song Siyu, Gao Wen, and Wei Chengjun. She had saved up for a long time to buy that gold bracelet and wore it out this time just to save face in front of her friends. If it was lost? With this thought, Zhao Cixi eventually could not resist, and quietly got up. She remembered having promised her best friend, so she didn't feel it was right to ask for her company now. She mustered her resolve, dressed, took her flashlight, and silently walked along the dark corridor of the house to the exit security door. Click. The door opened. Bursts of cold wind poured in through the gaps. Shivering from the chill, she looked at the pitch-black streets outside, bit her lip and stepped out. Outside, there were a total of 3 red lines, hanging tautly in midair, forming 3 giant circles that encircled the house. Zhao Cixi approached cautiously, only to find that the red line left no gaps for entry and exit. So she bent over and stepped over the lowest red line, then leaned forward and wriggled through the gaps between the lines to get out. Snap! She effortlessly drilled out, dusted off her hands, and hurriedly followed the previous path with her flashlight in hand. Just as she left the range of the red lines. Deep on the island, Old Yong, who was investigating the situation in a pitch-black valley, suddenly changed his expression. Not good. Someone has come out. Before he left, he repeatedly cautioned Gao Wan and the others to be attentive, to not leave the protected area of the red lines, to avoid being discovered. But now those few completely disregarded his advice. We must go back immediately. Otherwise, everyone there will die. Old Yong turned around, intending to leave. Snap! Suddenly, a pale, decaying arm grabbed his left shoulder. That was a shadowy figure in white with long hair, who appeared instantly behind him, holding him down firmly. If Yu Hong were here, he could instantly recognize the true nature of this figure. Shadow. This was an extremely standard shadow, looking like a living person, its face hidden under long hair with a strange smile. Its body was also subtly emitting a faint red value radiation. Here we go. Old Yong was touched by the shadow but did not disappear instantly. Instead, his touched shoulder hissed as if searing meat. Black smoke arose, and a look of pain crossed his face. He immediately struck with one hand, sending a yellow talisman paper accurately into the shadow's abdomen. Puff! The shadow instantly turned into black ash, scattering all over the ground. Even the red value radiation that it carried was instantly dispersed by the purifying self-combustion of the talisman paper, as if it had never appeared. Old Yong quickly turned around, wanting to return the way he came, but unexpectedly, there were already 3 or 4 pale figures standing behind him. This is troublesome. I don't have enough talisman papers. Old Yang's face changed slightly, as he began to look left and right for gaps to break through. Asterisk. 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 Whoosh. On the side of the double-layered shop, a figure flickered and arrived at the side of the building, stepped lightly, and leaped gently with the aid of the wall, entering one of the room's windows. After steadying himself, the figure was illuminated by the soft moonlight on one side. It was none other than Yu Hong, who had just come down from the black ship. He exhaled, hearing the intermittent breathing sounds from the surrounding rooms. Gao Wan was even snoring. It seems no one noticed. He glanced at the detector's time. The black ship's recharge took over 2 hours. It seems like I have to leave for 2 hours of recharge every 2 days. On my own, without the black ship, I can't come to Huangsong Island. That spot of light definitely won't work. If I break something by coming in and let the high-risk black disaster in as well, that would be trouble. Recalling the hundreds or thousands of high-risk black disasters surrounding that spot of light, Yu Hong felt a slight tingling in his heart. Those depths were almost populated by level 8 or 9 black disasters, even if he could block them temporarily, if a breakthrough level war level 1. Without the help of an array, he didn't think he could fend off everything. The sea star can guide the way, but it only points towards the light spot. For the time being, I can only travel via the black ship. Yu Hong took off his clothes and crawled into the tent, inhaling the fresh scent of women's perfume in the tent, the same scent that Song Siu wore. Clearly, this tent was previously used by Song Siu herself. Gradually, Yu Hong relaxed his body, immersed his mind, and entered into the cultivation state of the Taiyuan True Method. According to the current pace, his second layer of the Dawn Realm would probably make a breakthrough soon. At the earliest, 1 month. At the latest, 3 months. The peculiar aspect of this cultivation technique is that often, Yu Hong could feel that the technique itself, the cosmic divine light itself, seemed more eager to enter the next layer than he was. Combining the fact that this magic skill originated from the Taiyuan Orthodox sect, which was annihilated due to guiding in the source disaster, maybe its abnormality is the norm. Therefore, he proceeded with extreme caution at every step. The cultivation of the Taiyuan True Method involves collecting some cosmic divine light and then integrating and refining it within the body. So, one doesn't need to stay by the ultimate gate at all times. It's only necessary to visit occasionally to ensure the progress of the cultivation technique. And right as Yu Hong concentrated on cultivating, A pale figure flashed past just outside the rings of red lines around the house. Squeak. The locked security door suddenly clicked open. The door panel moved automatically without wind, slowly opening to a small gap. A vague white figure stepped over the red line circle and slowly walked into the corridor. Swoosh. Here it is. Finally found it. Outside the house, on a mountain path, Zhao Cixi bent over with a flashlight and picked up a rabbit-shaped gold bracelet from the ground, sighing in relief. Now that it's found, hurry back. It's too cold. Is it going to rain? She looked up at the sky with some concern and quickly walked back toward the double-layered shop. All around was dark, with only about 10 meters visible ahead and behind her on the long mountain path. Beyond that was pitch darkness. Zhao Cixi, though not a believer in superstitions, started to get scared. Thereupon, she took a deep breath. Patter, patter, patter. She broke into a run. Just run a bit to warm up. The moment she started running, a pale hand reached out from behind her but grabbed nothing. Chapter 283. On the dim mountain path, Old Yang was running breathlessly. He was dashing for his 2 million. With that money, his investigation on this island could become easier. The funds from the government had long dried up, and without some replenishment, he wouldn't even have enough for making talisman paper array plates. Accelerating along the road, he looked back at the 3 white figures following him from a distance. The numbers have increased again. If it doesn't work this time, I must report this and can no longer keep it a secret. Old Yang gritted his teeth and made a decision. Finding his direction, he saw the 2-story shop by the seaside from a distance. In his eyes, the shop building wrapped in a circle of red glow had now been breached with a human-shaped opening. At the breach, ghastly pale figures slowly walked into the shop, like predators smelling blood. Damn it! His face changed. He accelerated even more. Asterisk. 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 What's that? Yu Hong abruptly opened his eyes from his practice, letting the Taiyuan True method run automatically with Tao breath circulation. He sat up in the tent, furrowed his brows and looked outside the room. Tap, tap, tap. A series of subtle footsteps slowly passed outside the room. The footsteps were slow, with a fixed rhythm, 1 step every 2 seconds, completely unlike Song Siu or the others getting up at night. There was no sound of breathing. Yu Hong's immense perception could detect that the owner of the footsteps in the corridor outside had no breathing sound. At this distance, if he concentrated, he could even sense heartbeat pulses. With his current acuity of the 5 senses, it would be impossible not to notice. Something's wrong. Yu Hong slowly got up, opened the tent zipper, and slipped out. Strangely, he didn't sense any red value radiation. Otherwise, being extremely sensitive to the black disaster, he would have been alerted long ago. Not a black disaster, but also not Song Siu and the others, so he stood up, flexed his wrist a bit, and walked to the door. Click. The door was pulled open. The footsteps outside the hallway instantly disappeared, leaving a dead silence. Yu Hong stepped out, looked around, and saw an empty corridor with only the exit door open, allowing the cold wind to howl in. He quickly walked over, closed the security door, and turned back, to see a long-haired woman in a black dress standing at the door of the room he had just exited. The woman's face was unclear, facing him, her hair disheveled, her hands hanging down, barefoot. "Who are you?" Yu Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke. He could sense something was amiss with her, that she didn't seem human. But at this moment, he wasn't a sole survivor at Black Wind Camp capable of taking down Level 9 Black Disaster by himself, just an ordinary college student on a tour on Huangsong Island, who enjoyed fitness and nothing more. So he shouldn't act outside of his character to avoid suspicion. Just as he spoke, the woman turned around and slowly walked into the bedroom he just came out of. Yu Hong rushed over in 1 step, stood at the room entrance, and saw nothing inside. It was empty. Asterisk, not a black disaster. That's definite now. At such a close distance, there was no red value radiation at all. But didn't Old Yang mention there was black disaster here since ancient times? Could it just be a coincidence, or has the black disaster mutated with something else causing a blend? Asterisk. Yu Hong's body faintly exuded a very subtle wisp of inner chi, enveloping his body protectively. Is the way of attack unknown, just simply scaring people to cause mental instability? He carefully checked the room, confirmed it was fine, and turned back to the corridor. Just as he turned, someone was standing behind him. A young woman with a black dress and black hair, her face bluish. She was almost pressed against Yu Hong's back, her face only a hand's width away, wearing a bizarrely neurotic smile. At such a close distance, Yu Hong hadn't noticed her, and the shock made him slap forward instantly. Inner chi moved, and his palm glowed white, with a sharp whooshing sound. Bam! This slap was as unexpected by Yu Hong as it was by the woman. Whoosh! His palm hit nothing, generating a strong whirlwind, echoing through the corridor. The woman vanished as if she had never been there, seemingly an illusion. Instantaneous movement? Or existing in some special aspect, unable to touch. He had a vague sense that the woman in the black dress indeed had some significant issues. Asterisk unable to perceive. Inner chi ineffective. Despite my reflexes and speed when striking, she managed to escape. No, it seemed more like unattainable contact. She vanished instantly upon touch. Asterisk. Yu Hong carefully recalled that scene. He couldn't believe any random black disaster here could be this formidable. If that were the case, how did someone like Old Yang survive until now? Ah! At this moment, a deafening scream came from Gao Wen's room. Yu Hong rushed without a word, kicking open the room. With a slam, the scene inside the room appeared before him. A short, stout man wielding a rusty machete stood in front of Gao Wen's tent, raising the blade, ready to slash down. Gao Wen was hiding in the tent, screaming in terror, curling up in a ball. Poof! In an instant, the man, who was about to slash down, suddenly disappeared. Gao Wen continued to scream in agony, struggling to bury himself deeper in the tent, not daring to glance outside. Yu Hong withdrew his hand, with a slight frown. Earlier, he had flicked a wisp of inner chi, hitting the man, causing him to disappear instantly, although he didn't think the problem was solved, more like temporarily repelling with inner chi. I remember now, my inner chi was specifically strengthened as a special attack for black disasters, so it's normal it doesn't work on other risks. Yu Hong suddenly recalled the past scene. Ah! Just then, a screech rang out again. It was Song Siu. He turned and quickly ran to another room. Inside the room, a short-haired man in a shirt and trousers held Song Siu up high, suspending her in midair, clutching her throat, seemingly about to strangle her. Without hesitation, Yu Hong grabbed a chair and swung it at the man. Inner chi silently coated the chair, crashing into the back of the man's head. Whoosh! The man vanished instantly, as if he was an illusion. Song Siu, released, fell to the ground, coughing violently, unable to move for the time being. D. At this moment, another shout from Wei Chungjun echoed down the corridor. Yu Hong dashed out once more, seeing Wei Chungjun's reddened eyes, holding a short-handled military knife used for chopping wood, ferociously advancing. Die for me! He seemed deranged, slicing toward Yu Hong. Bam! The slash was deftly dodged by Yu Hong, but the blade nicked the nearby wall, leaving a deep gash. The cement wall crumbled, the blade momentarily stuck there. Yu Hong took the chance to back away, observing the surroundings carefully. The earlier slash was extremely fast and powerful, far beyond a normal human's capabilities, comparable to a top athlete. Even then, only Yu Hong might evade it, anyone else would surely be hit. Get back, he's possessed. You can't block him alone. A frantic voice suddenly cried from behind. It was Old Yang. Yu Hong stayed calm, identifying who it was, but didn't retreat. Instead, he poised the tip of his right foot. Run away! Old Yang's shouting echoed again from the back. Yu Hong ignored it, watching Wei Chungjun as he pulled the knife out of the wall, slashing toward him again. Whoosh! With no inner chi, purely relying on his physical body's strength. Yu Hong's right leg swung like a giant python, roaring with a sonic boom. His instep explosively kicked Wei Chungjun's sidearm. Bam! Wei Chungjun flew sideways like a ragdoll, slammed heavily against the left wall. With a loud thud, he rolled to the corridor floor, remaining still. Damn! Old Yang, who had stepped into the corridor, clenched a piece of talisman paper, ready to charge, witnessing the scene. Immediately, his mouth hung open, looking at the possessed Wei Chungjun, then at Yu Hong, standing there unfazed. Nice! After a few seconds, he found a fitting adjective and blurted out. Phew! Old Yang exhaled a sigh of relief, quickly closing in to check Wei Qingjun's nose. Thank God, only a slight loss of essence qi. A bit of rest will do. That kick of yours was precise. Practiced a few years just messing around, Yu Hong humbly replied. A few years. Old Yang said nothing, knowing that can't be learned in just a few years. Of course, saying that was pointless, people wouldn't admit to it. At this moment, Song Siyu and Gao Wen rushed out, and seeing the scene, assumed Old Yang had resolved everything, bursting into tears, clinging to Old Yang's arms desperately. After crying out their fears, Song Siyu suddenly came to. Wait a minute, where's Cici? Cici's missing? I came back because someone broke the red line circle outside, creating a breach. The aura leaked, attracting the trouble. Old Yang snapped impatiently. When I passed by, I saw there were only you guys here, no one else. Probably Cici's doing. His words instantly reminded Song Siyu of what her friend Cici had said about looking for a gold bracelet. Her face turned pale immediately. Living over 20 years, she had delved into many mysterious places, but never encountered a situation as extreme as tonight. You could say that everything that happened tonight, everything she had seen, thoroughly upended all her previous understanding. Even now, her mind was still blank. Thinking of Cici, she again began to worry, anxious for her friend's safety. No, it can't be. I persuaded her earlier. She promised me she'd wait till tomorrow to look for her bracelet. She's never lied to me. It definitely wasn't her. Upon hearing Old Yang's words, she hurriedly defended her friend. We'll know once we find her, Old Yang said coldly, quickly checking Gao Wen's condition, relieved only when confirming the guy was okay. After all, he was his moneymaker. If something went wrong, there would be no place to get his money. Chapter 284. At this moment, things calmed down, and everyone turned their attention back to Yu Hong. Thank you, brother. Gao Wen expressed his gratitude to Yu Hong. If it weren't for you rushing in just now, I would have been doomed. You saved my life. From now on, you are my brother. Thank you, brother Yu Hong. Song Siyu gratefully squeezed out a smile towards Yu Hong. After we return, if there's anything I can help with, just say the word. I won't hesitate. I just did what any normal person would do. Yu Hong shook his head. I was really scared just now. I thought someone was robbing and killing. But then, he showed a face full of fear afterward and wiped the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. Everyone showed a look of understanding. But Song Siyu, looking at Yu Hong's face, vaguely felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Soon, Song Siyu was left behind to take care of Wei Chungjun, while Yu Hong, Old Yang, and Gao Wen went to look for the missing Zhao Cici. Old Yang hastily drew a crude blood talisman on Song Siyu's hand, bit his finger, and then hurried off with the others. Having calmed down after the danger, Song Siyu began to think back on the recent events. Me, Gao Wen, Jun, we were all saved by Yu Hong's timely appearance. How could this be such a coincidence? The timing was too perfect. Gradually, she began to harbor doubts. Could it be that these ghostly entities were actually released by Yu Hong, and he deliberately did it so that he could save us in time and gain our trust? This thought crept into Song Siyu's mind, and then she couldn't help but think more and more. The more she thought about Yu Hong, the more doubts she had. Unexpectedly meeting with us, then also unexpectedly saying he wanted to join us on the ship, and just now, he conveniently saved everyone at the right moment. In this world, there are not so many coincidences. So-called coincidences are made up of inevitabilities. Song Siyu became more convinced that there was something wrong with Yu Hong. First, Deal with this person appropriately, and when I return, I will immediately ask my father for help and contact the police to investigate the situation. Having made up her mind, she sighed in relief, then lowered her head to check on Wei Chengjun's condition. Unexpectedly, Wei Chengjun had already woken up, his eyes wide open, staring stiffly upward, unmoving, foaming at the mouth. Wait! Upward? Song Siyu's body trembled, an unexplainable terror swiftly enveloping her whole body. Slowly, little by little, she raised her head to look at the ceiling. There, a piece of composite board had been removed, revealing the pale and expressionless face of a boy. Boo! The boy pounced down from the cavity in the ceiling. He smashed right onto Song Siyu. Ah! She screamed in fear. The blood talisman on her hand suddenly lit up with red light, spreading upward, as she instinctively dodged to the left. In the critical moment, just before the boy landed, he grabbed her arm and immediately made contact with the red light. In an instant, both the red light and the boy disappeared. The blood talisman vanished as if it had never been there, and the boy seemed like an illusion, completely gone. Only Song Siyu's screams continued to reverberate through the corridor. Her nightgown had been torn open from the struggle, exposing most of her upper body, but at that moment she could care less. Leaving Wei Chengjun behind, she staggered and ran after Old Yang and Yu Hong. At that moment, all the conspiracy theories in her mind instantly vanished. If Yu Hong had indeed orchestrated everything, he should have also arrived in time just now to chase the boy away. But just now, Yu Hong wasn't by her side at all. He didn't even appear. If it weren't for her own quick reflexes, she would have really died. Would have died. Song Siyu, looking at the 3 blood scratches that had appeared on her arm, showed an expression of extreme fear. She suddenly understood her previous thoughts were nonsense. Yu Hong truly saved her and the other 2. There was no scheme. In a flash, she was driven to tears by her own previous thoughts. Don't leave me behind, she screamed as she ran out of the room, rushing towards the 3 men who hadn't gone far. I'm coming with you. She clutched her chest, quickly pulling up her nightgown. You were attacked again? Old Yang immediately saw what had happened, his expression growing even uglier. Yes. You had just left, and then something, I don't know what, tried to pounce on me. Song Siyu's hair was blown messily, describing the incident in utter panic. Seeing Yu Hong nearby, she quickly stepped forward and grabbed his arm, trembling all over like a quail. I'll come with you, she hurriedly said. Where is Wei Chengjun? Old Yang asked, noting that the blood talisman on her hand had disappeared. Song Siyu fell silent. Let's go. Stop looking. Let's head back. Old Yang cursed, turned, and led the way back towards the house. And just as the group turned to return, from a mountain rock corner about 40 meters away, Zhao Sisi was affixed to the mountain wall in a spread-eagled position, stuck tightly by some kind of transparent, sticky gel, unable to move. Her mouth was also filled with this gel, making it impossible for her to shout. All she could do was struggle weakly and shake her head, like a fly stuck on flypaper. Tears flowed from her eyes, streaming down her cheeks, and before reaching her chin, were blown askew by the wind, falling to the ground. Zhao Sisi was slowly being engulfed by the rock wall, little by little. At this point, the back part of her body had already merged several centimeters into the stone, disappearing from sight. Help! Save me! She tried to call for help, but couldn't make any sound. It was only then that she realized everything Old Yang had said was true. The red thread loop was also real. It was indeed meant to mask their scent, to protect them from mishaps. But she didn't believe it. Not only did she destroy the red thread loop, but she also foolishly ran out alone. And now, Zhao Sisi was opening and closing her mouth in despair, but could only silently shed tears of regret. Gradually, with the passage of time, her entire body was swallowed bit by the mountainside, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Yu Hong, who was on his way back, furrowed his brows slightly and glanced over in this direction. He felt as if he had sensed something, but perception was not his forte. He relied on instinct. Although he sensed the disturbance, he did not think it was caused by a person. Wind, animals, insects, all could make this level of noise. Under normal circumstances, he might have gone back to check. But now he didn't have the leisure. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. More than 10 minutes later, this time with Old Yang personally overseeing, nothing else happened in the house. The group gathered together, sitting until dawn. Upon learning that Wei Chengjun was actually kicked flying by Yu Hong, rendered unconscious, everyone's gaze at Yu Hong became somewhat odd. All night, Song Siu clung tightly to Yu Hong, unwilling to let go. It seemed as if she felt extremely insecure without him. After dawn, Old Yang got up and went outside, removed the red thread loop around the house, and then took the group out to look for Zhao Sisi. He no longer had the time to continue protecting these people. Due to their arrival, the dormant dangers of the island began to slowly awaken. At this time, Wei Chengjun came to his senses. His eyes were ringed black, and he kept expressing his gratitude towards Yu Hong and Old Yang. His body also seemed to have lost heat, frighteningly cold, and he was hard to move. The sunlight was cold and clear. Strong winds blew across Huangsong Island, causing trees to bend and sand to scatter, leaving only large boulders capable of withstanding the wind to remain in visible places. But some fine sand and even soil were blown into every nook and cranny. Apart from Wei Chengjun, the four others searched all over the island, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find the mysteriously missing Zhao Sisi and Qi Xian. But around noon, the sound of an engine came from the sea outside. A Coast Guard boat slowly passed by near Huangsong Island. "Hey! Over here!" Gao Wen loudly called for help towards the Coast Guard boat. The others behind him lit a pile of smoke to create a thick smoke column to attract attention. Soon, the Coast Guard boat approached, and two Coast Guards in blue shirts and pants disembarked, looking somewhat bewildered at the several distressed, tearfully disheveled people, but they still efficiently got everyone aboard. In the midst of Gao Wen's cheering, Yu Hong stood by the railing, watching Huangsong Island which they were leaving behind, his face expressionless. Sisi is gone. Xian is also missing. There is really something wrong with this island. I've already contacted my family and requested more Coast Guards to search the island. They will probably arrive tomorrow morning. Song Siu changed into clean clothes, walking beside Yu Hong, her cheeks still showing clear pallor and panic. "Brother Yu, thank you so much for this time. I will repay you handsomely when we get back." "It was just a coincidence," Yu Hong said lowly. "This island is indeed too bizarre." His words were heartfelt. While Huangsong Island clearly had the aura of the Black Disaster, the manifestations did not entail red value radiation. The most crucial fact was that last night, after he dispersed several resentful marks in one go, the aggression from the Black Ship also quickly weakened. "Brother Yu, when we get back, please do me the favor of having a good rest in Taizhou. You saved me and Xiaoyu. If you ever need anything in Taizhou, just mention it." Gao Wen approached from behind. "You all are exaggerating. I only did what anyone would instinctively do," Yu Hong replied lightly. "Everyone can talk, but acting is different," Gao Wen earnestly said. "If it weren't for you, we all might have been killed by Zhao Sisi." "I don't think it was Sisi." Song Siu shook her head. "I had persuaded her, whether it was her or not, let's find the people first." Gao Wen shook his head. For a moment, all three fell silent, just quietly watching the island growing distant outside. Although they seemed calm, they were still filled with anxious concern. Soon, the Coast Guard ship passed beside Gao Wen's yacht. Through the yacht's windows, they clearly saw that the two upper floors of the boat were entirely empty, not a single person visible. Gao Wen's bodyguards, including Ah Biao, had all mysteriously disappeared. The entire yacht was like a giant coffin, emanating a creepy vibe. "I can't handle this island anymore," Old Yang sighed. "With two more people missing, we must report this to the authorities. Old Yang, if there's anything you need help with, Just ask, Gawain hastily said. Just send money. Many of the materials I need have to be purchased, Old Yang quickly replied. Gawain immediately slapped his chest and said it was all on him. If nothing else, he had plenty of spending money. Then, they began to inquire Old Yang about the detailed situation of the resentful marks. Old Yang did not hide anything, answering and explaining everything one by one. Having learned the details about the resentful marks, their emotions roller-coastered, peaking and troughing. Now that they were informed, their fears were slightly appeased, and though exhausted, they were finally willing to rest individually in the cabins of the Coast Guard ship. Only Yu Hong and Old Yang stood quietly at the railing, gazing at the increasingly distant Huangsong Island. Chapter 285. Speaking of, young man, you did well last night, Old Yang said, patting Yu Hong on the back while being blown by the sea breeze. But his palm was rebounded painfully, which somewhat surprised him with the hardness of those muscles. It was only natural. Yu Hong sighed. It's just a pity that two people still vanished. You're overacting a bit there. Old Yang shook his head, scoffing. You have no familial ties with them. Even if they went missing, that expression isn't appropriate. Is it wrong to be naturally kind? Yu Hong choked on his words, frowning unhappily. Yeah. Old Yang lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and took a pleasurable drag. I don't care what skills you've hidden, but there's a faint energy emanating from you. The resentful mark is not so easy to utilize. A slight carelessness and you could be devoured by it, your life lost to the netherworld. He seemed to treat Yu Hong as someone who intended to utilize the resentful mark. What do you mean by this, Elder Yang? Yu Hong appeared perplexed. What is energy? Pretending, huh? The aura carried by a resentful mark is called energy. Lad, it's a pity you met me too late. If it had been sooner, I could have led you onto the righteous path. But now it's indeed too late. Old Yang sighed. From now on, stay away from the Taoist temples of the innate nine sects to avoid misunderstandings and being targeted. Yu Hong was utterly confused. Just go online and look it up when you get back. Old Yang couldn't be bothered to explain further, yawned, and turned to find a place to rest, leaving Yu Hong lost in thought. Old Yang said he had energy on him, but he wasn't clear where this sense originated from. Was it from the Taiyuan True Method? Or the Thunderbolt leg that absorbs red value? Or the newly formed Heavenly River? Or perhaps his greatest secret, the Black Mark? Standing by the ship's railing, he was motionless for a moment, his mind brimming with various speculations. The Coast Guard boat traveled onward, taking more than half an hour before finally arriving at a small desolate harbor. The harbor was U-shaped with a large 5-layer luxury yacht parked on one side and the rest occupied by ordinary fishing and transport ships. The buildings and architecture onshore also looked more like those from the mainland in the 1990s, with conservative and plain color schemes. The people coming and going were dressed more liberally. Women in short skirts, stockings, and big wavy hair were everywhere, and men in suits, shirts, denim jackets, and leather jackets were quite common. Motorcycles buzzed back and forth, and most cars were painted in dark red or black, with bicycles accompanying on the side. From a distance, Yu Hong almost thought he had returned to China in the 1990s. Only when seeing some shop signs, he realized it wasn't China. Yasong Melon Seeds Sea Trade International. Yasong's exclusive foreign hospitability hotel. Yasong International Mutual Aid Association Taizhou branch. Signs bearing the name Yasong were everywhere. This made Yu Hong realize the name of this country might be Yasong, and this little port area must be Taizhou. At that moment, the Coast Guard boat carrying a few people slowly approached the shore, where vehicles and people were already waiting. There were many waiting, including pairs of well-dressed men and women, their eyes filled with apparent anxiety and anticipation. Wan, an elderly man with graying hair, walked briskly towards Gao Wan, escorted by a few bodyguards. Dad! Gao Wan, in tears, also approached, hugging his father tightly. On another side, Song Siu met with a pair of elegant-looking middle-aged couple, also tearfully embracing the woman. Wei Chungjun walked over to a black SUV nearby and spoke softly with a couple by the car. Old Yang clapped his hands. It looks like everything is fine. I'm off now. If you need anything, you can report it in my Taoist name at Heavenly Master Mansion. Don't enter unannounced, and we can negotiate the price. Hold on, Elder Yang. What is your Taoist name? Yu Hong hurriedly called out to him. Ah? Didn't I tell you? No. Yu Hong was speechless. Mu Yangzi. Mu Yangzi. What a fitting Taoist name. Yu Hong suddenly understood. Old Yang smiled, waved at Gao Wan and Song Siu, and strode away. While walking, he checked his phone and some police approached to stop him. But after a few words, they let him go. Soon, the group went to the police station for a brief record-taking. Gao Wan, Song Siu, Wei Chungjun, all left their phone numbers and addresses with Yu Hong. Their parents were very polite, sincerely thanked Yu Hong, and made some vague promises, the usefulness of which was unclear. Quickly, the record-taking was completed and they left, leaving Yu Hong alone, sitting in the police station office. In the small room, there was a long wooden table and 4 metal chairs. Yu Hong sat on the left side. 2 police officers, a male and a female, sat on the right. I'm sorry, but after careful verification, we couldn't find any identity record of you in our internal database, the policewoman said, holding Yu Hong's personal information form, somewhat helpless. Tell us, Mr. Yu Hong, you must have smuggled here from somewhere, right? I really lost my ID card and wanted to replace it. I don't have a passport either. Yu Hong was getting better at speaking the local language. He sat nonchalantly in the chair, looking at the 2 people opposite him. The name tags on their chests read, Wang Chundong and Chun Shi. Sigh. Chun Shi felt helpless, faced with yet another case of someone who smuggled his way in, shredded his passport and lost his ID, then fabricated a place of origin as a black person. They'd seen plenty of that. However, among these black people, there were indeed very few as composed as the one they were dealing with now, Yu Hong. Could it have been possible that there was a mistake during the data entry? Or maybe it was missed, you casually said. It's possible. Wang Chundong yawned, wanting to finish work early. In that case, are you sure the place you live is Huangsong Island? Yes, for sure. Yu Hong nodded earnestly. This time when I returned, I found only a few people left on the island. The old house also leaks and is uninhabitable, so I had to come out and find work. Both of them exchanged a glance, then decided to just leave him be. Wang Chundong signaled with his eyes, meaning to follow the usual procedure. Chun Shi hesitated for a moment, also wanting to go home early, then nodded in agreement. In that case, we'll re-enter your information into the system and reissue an ID card for you. Come back in a few days to collect it, and be careful not to lose it again. Understand? Chun Shi advised. She knew the man was probably a smuggler, but for the sake of simplicity, she didn't bother to expose him. After all, such cases are common nationwide, and everyone dealt with passport shredders and ID losers the same way. Her contribution wouldn't be missed. After the re-registration, Yu Hong left the police station by late afternoon. He looked up at the bright and cloud-filled sky. A breeze brushed against his neck and sleeves, ticklish, carrying with it the aroma of someone else's braised seafood. Standing at the entrance to the police station, Yu Hong suddenly had a fleeting moment, feeling as if he woke up from a big dream. It was as if he had returned to the place, the world of his birth. There were no black disasters, no source disasters, only a quiet and peaceful ordinary life. He hadn't experienced anything. It was all just a dream. Took him a while before he lowered his head. First hide myself, try contacting the Heavenly Master Mansion and other forces with special powers. See if I can find a specific way to deal with the source disaster. This place has managed to resist the black disaster from ancient to modern times. It's absolutely extraordinary. He had previously heard from Old Yang about the black disaster appearing here during ancient times. This meant that the erosion of the black disaster in this place had started very early on. Yet it had never successfully prevailed. So, this world might be much deeper than he imagined. Since I'm here, I might as well find a place to stay first. Thinking this, Yu Hong started to leisurely walk along the right side of the police station's main entrance, his gaze sweeping around, pondering where he would sleep tonight. Soon, he found a small inn with neon lights in an alley, Red Plum Inn. Holding the temporary ID document given by the police, he reached into his pockets only to find them empty, informing him that he didn't have money to stay at the inn. Miscalculation. Yu Hong stood in front of the inn, his brows slightly furrowed. Do you need a place to stay, big brother? Suddenly, a girl with shoulder-length hair stood up beside him and smiled sweetly at him. One side of the girl's face bore a dark red burn scar the size of an egg. Although it was partially covered by her hair, it was still a bit scary to see when she smiled. The burn scar, like peeled raw flesh, was bright red and moved with her expressions. I was handling matters at the police station and forgot to bring money. Is it possible to run a tab? I'll pay in a few days. Yu Hong replied earnestly. Ah. The girl hesitated. I'll go ask my grandfather. She turned and ran into the inn, then quickly came back out. Big brother, come on in. It's chilly outside. Yu Hong nodded, climbed a couple of steps, and entered the inn. Inside the somewhat dim lobby on the first floor, white walls, white floors, and behind the dark red counter was a bald old man yawning. He rubbed his eyes and sized up Yu Hong. How long will you be staying? Uncertain, probably a few days, Yu Hong replied. Ran into some issues here, lost all my luggage, even my ID was just reissued. He handed over the temporary ID for the old man to see. After looking at it, the old man handed it back. It's tough for everyone. How about we charge you for 2 days first, 40 per day? How does that sound? 20 for a meal. Fine. My family has already sent me some money. Don't worry. Yu Hong actually didn't expect to meet a kind person. This way he wouldn't have to sleep on the streets. Otherwise he would have to run to the harbor and summon the black ship to return to his base. Big brother, dinner starts at 6 o'clock. Remember to come downstairs. The girl reminded with a smile. Yes, thank you. Yu Hong thanked her. Ring, did you finish your homework? The old man suddenly asked. Just a bit left. I'll go do it now. The girl quickly turned around and ran upstairs. Yu Hong watched her back, momentarily seeing another version of Yi. Soon after, the old man led him upstairs into a room, gave him the keys, and after a few more instructions, he left. To his surprise, the room even had a TV and a phone, and a small balcony with bright light, where a breeze blew in through the open window, causing the milky white curtains to sway gently. Chapter 286. Sitting at the foot of the bed, Yu Hong sighed. Still, I have to go back once. It's too inconvenient here without money. He tossed the keys and walked to the terrace, looking down. Below directly faced the harbor, where ships were constantly moving back and forth, occasionally emitting loud horns. The sunset in the afternoon barely peeked through the thick clouds, a hint of red glow flickering. A group of seagulls continuously flew around the harbor, as if attending some collective ritual. How wonderful! Yu Hong took a deep breath, greedily smelling the air filled with the aroma of various dinners being cooked. He really wanted to stay in this place forever, but, suppressing the regrets in his heart, he pocketed the keys, turned around, opened the door and left the room. He soon left the inn. He began to jog slowly, like those fitness enthusiasts, running toward the direction outside the harbor. About 20 or so minutes later, he followed the highway to a completely deserted and desolate beach. The beach was rocky and steep, dangerous, and the fierce sea kept crashing against the rocks, splashing. Yu Hong leaped lightly and jumped onto a large black rock, calling out for the black ship in his mind. Soon, a black fog slowly emerged ahead, and after a while, a decrepit black ship appeared before him. Jumping onto the ship, Yu Hong looked back at the rocky beach, with a hint of unwillingness to leave in his eyes. The black ship slowly carried him, completely submerging into the black fog, returning in the direction they came from. After more than 10 minutes, the black fog ahead parted, revealing the camp's wooden bridge. Below the bridge, the waters of the Black River were still raging furiously. The air temperature had also returned to well over -100 degrees. Bang! Yu Hong jumped off the ship and strode toward the front of the camp. Upon reaching the front, he checked the ultimate gate. This gate was protected by walls on 3 sides, only revealing one side emitting a ghostly blue halo. From time to time, streams of inexplicable blue light would burst out from the gate. Then a large crowd of black disasters from outside swarmed towards it, clashing with the blue light. How can I make money quickly over there? Yu Hong pondered for a moment. It's best if it's legal. Not long after, he returned to the cave to check the communicator, found it still had no contacts, so he simply put on a suit, left the camp and headed towards the nearest town. Not long after, in Baisher town, Yu Hong walked along the street covered in thick snow. On both sides of the street, some houses had collapsed or were buried, silent and empty. Soon, Yu Hong paused in his steps and spotted his target. Swish! With a blink, he appeared in front of the shop, activated his inner chi, and instantly, a massive amount of snow powder around the shop erupted. The large amount of snow powder blasted to the sides, revealing a large deep pit on the spot. At the bottom of the pit was the entrance to the shop. Dazzling gold. That was the sign of the shop. Yu Hong forcibly opened the door and bent down to walk in. Inside, the counter had signs of being smashed, but most of the gold ornaments were still there. Yu Hong stepped forward, casually selecting a few easy-to-carry golden bracelets and gold rings, removed the tags, and checked for any marks. There were none. He pocketed the gold, then turned and left the shop. As startup capital, it's enough. Other legal incomes are easy for me. Carrying the gold ornaments, he quickly called for the black ship, changed clothes, and returned to the Huangsong Island world. He simply found a roadside gold recycling shop, sold the golden bracelets and rings cheaply, and then he had over 50,000 in cash. Returning to the inn, Yu Hong paid off the money, just in time for dinner. So he changed into a black shirt and jeans, and went downstairs. There were 4 people eating. An old man and a girl, Yu Hong, and another middle-aged woman with a haggard face. In the small hall, a simple overhead table was set with 3 dishes and 1 soup. Green pepper pork stir-fry, tomato and egg stir-fry, boiled fish slices, and kelp and dried scallop soup. Come on, don't be shy. I made enough for 6 people, eat up. The old man warmly invited. Yu Hong looked at the dishes served in 4 basins on the table and also took a bowl to serve himself some rice. Everyone served themselves and began eating, and the old man started rambling about the gossip and local news he heard while walking outside today. As he spoke, he turned to the middle-aged woman. Sister, how is your son doing? Can he get out? I'm still not sure. They said it's still in process and asked me to wait. The woman lowered her head, her voice filled with sorrow. I've already apologized and offered compensation, even knelt before them. But, sigh, just before I came back, I heard about another case similar to yours in the southern part of the city. The neighbors said it seemed like a group of young people had planned a trip to a rural village. They went there as 3, but only 1 returned. My son. He wouldn't even dare to touch a chicken at home. How could he possibly commit murder? The woman began to sob quietly, covering her face. Recently, there have been several cases like this, all of them bizarre and unexplainable. The old man sighed. Some say that it's the work of unclean entities. I don't believe it, though. He then rambled on about several other cases, complaining about the police's inadequate investigations and how local people could see through the flimsy excuses, even though no one dared to speak outright about it. Yu Hong listened quietly from the side, without uttering a word. From the old man's words, he vaguely felt that something might have already infiltrated this place, and it had begun. After finishing a meal, he expressed his satisfaction to the old man, complimenting how long it had been since he had such normal food, making everything seem as sumptuous as a feast of rare delicates. After the meal, he went for a walk and quickly found a local internet cafe. He went inside, paid, and booted up a computer. The old computer buzzed softly and its fan furiously spat out heat. Soon, a massive logo flashed past, followed by a somewhat familiar operating system interface. It's quite similar to the computers I've used before. He felt relieved that he didn't have to adapt all over again. Expertly, he opened a browser and typed in Heavenly Master Mansion. Quickly, a clear list of entries appeared. He soon found the official website of the Heavenly Master Mansion and clicked on it. Instantly, the screen flickered, and a photo of the Taoist Palace gate at sunset, used as a background image, appeared before his eyes. The gate, decorated primarily in gold and red, bore a large Tai Chi diagram. Above, marked in blue watermark, were words like Yasong Taoist United General Assembly, Innate 9 Sex, Heavenly Master Mansion Global United General Gate, and others. Very official. Yu Hong continued to browse through the next page. The website structure was quite standard for an institutional website, with drop-down options which, upon clicking, unfolded into mind map-like structures of links. Soon, he found detailed information about the Innate 9 Sects. The Innate 9 Sects are founded on tracing the origins of hundreds of major and minor Taoist sects, defining 9 major lineages. Each of the 9 sects represents an unbroken lineage passed down from antiquity. Members of the 9 sects: Yunchong Mountain Upper Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion, Lower Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion, Jinshao Temple, Yunshin Temple, Emowen Palace, Danluo Temple, Zai Palace, Qingxia Palace, Supreme Ningxu Palace. Yu Hong memorized these 9 names and then opened a new web page to look up Resentful Mark. However, he mostly found ancient texts and mythological legends. Nothing modern. He then searched for Black Disaster. Still nothing. Changing the query to Black Fog. This time a high number of entries came up. Tens of thousands of entries appeared. Many were related to games and novels. Yu Hong patiently clicked through one by one. Finally, after more than an hour, he stopped his mouse, his gaze fixed on the screen. April 1942. The Emowen Palace's master accompanied the Northern Military District on a special mission, successfully sealing 3 dangerous Black Fog cave entrances. This was an excerpt from a biography laced with memories. Yu Hong continued his search. Soon, he found similar text in a travel memoir. Over 40 years ago at Qihing Mountain, although picturesque, it was fraught with danger due to the presence of the Black Fog Cave, leaving those who entered unable to find their way out. Later, a heavenly master from the Upper Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion conducted a ritual ceremony, and miraculously, post-ceremony, the Black Fog Cave also disappeared. Since then, this place has become a perpetually famous tourist destination. Not only that, he continued discovering mentions of the Black Fog Cave in various travel memoirs. The description of the cave emitting black fog was commonly used by everyone. As I thought, the Black Disaster might have started corrupting here a long time ago, but the innate 9 sects of this world kept it sealed and suppressed, prolonging and blocking it till now. Yu Hong found out that the current year was 2012, closely correlating with Earth's calendrical time, both counting over 2,000 years. Records of Black Fog Cave spanned beyond the Yasong region to several other countries as well. He spent the entire day sitting in front of the computer, ceaselessly searching records on web pages in various languages. Here, there were no firewalls allowing free access to international websites. Thus, his translator worked at full power, rapidly recording through network lexicons, phonetics, characters, and articles. By 11 o'clock at night, Yu Hong's translator had mastered the pronunciation of over 14 languages from this place. Except for a few languages with different syntactic order, most could achieve simultaneous translation. He had also found more than 80 official records of Black Fog Cave incidences. Outside the innate 9 sects, 2 major factions from the Buddhist sect, Vajra sect and Shura sect, had also shown their traces in sealing the Black Fog Cave. Yu Hong recalled the high-risk black disasters he saw at the edge of the light spot, numbering thousands, and looked back at the numerous Black Fog Caves being sealed here incessantly. If the Black Fog Cave is indeed the light spot, then this place, managing to delay and avoid destruction by the Black Disaster, is truly very strong. Yu Hong was somewhat excited. This was the first time he encountered a force capable of confronting the source disaster head-on, ensuring self-preservation. Previous experiences, be it with the Taiyuan Orthodox sect, True Origin sect, or his own cultivation techniques background forces, all were tremendously powerful, but ultimately, either they were destroyed or they brought destruction to their own worlds, as recorded by the Black Mark's owner's manual. At this moment, Yu Hong truly encountered a major force that could confront the Black Disaster directly. Chapter 287. I need to find a way to learn the true power system of the innate 9 sects. If I can spread it, I might stand a better chance against the source disaster in the future, have an extra ounce of self-protection. If I can bring it back, it would make things so much better for Yi. With that thought, Yu Hong immediately began searching how to join the innate 9 sects. Any power that advertises surely needs new blood. So all he had to do was to find their recruitment approach. After some rapid-fire typing and clicking, Yu Hong started with the top-ranked Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion. Although it was said that rankings did not matter, that was just empty talk. In organizations like this, with military power, being ranked number 1 is a very delicate position, definitely not insignificant. A few minutes later, the recruitment requirements of the Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion appeared before Yu Hong. The Heavenly Master Mansion does not recruit externally, only accepting outstanding graduates from the Primordial Taoist Advanced High School. So they cultivate their own from high school. The corner of Yu Hong's mouth twitched as he continued to search how to join this high school. Primordial Taoist Advanced High School, in principle, only enrolls graduates from the Primordial Taoist Junior High School. No external admissions. Yu Hong closed the web page and went on to the next one. He surely couldn't be expected to go back through junior high school, could he? Quickly, the requirements from the secondary Heavenly Master Mansion turned out to be the same. They also cultivate students from a young age in elementary school all the way to university before directly advancing to the Heavenly Master Mansion for further study. No chance at all. Yu Hong went on to search the other innate 9 sects, only to find that almost all followed a similar pattern. Troublesome. And I'm facing another problem. I need to stay close to the coast as much as possible, or recharging the black ship every 2 days will be very inconvenient. Thinking it over, he changed his approach and typed a new line of text into the search box. This time, the content he wanted finally appeared on the screen. Looking at these entries, Yu Hong carefully memorized them one by one. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Past midnight. Red Plum Inn. The old man dozing off on the counter turned over, letting out faint snores. Just then, a short figure silently approached from behind. The figure gradually revealed its lower half, showing black school uniform trousers. Under the dim light, the figure moved forward, revealing a sharp boning knife in hand. "Grandpa!" Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, accompanied by the jingle of a bell. The old man jolted awake, straightened up, and looked around. "Ah!" he loudly responded, standing up and walking towards the direction of his granddaughter's voice. Meanwhile, the figure with the sharp knife slowly retreated, silently vanishing into the shadows. Before long, the old man returned, exhaled, and started watching TV while cracking sunflower seeds. After resting for a while, footsteps could be heard outside. Around 1 o'clock, a tall silhouette hurried into the inn. "Staying for the night?" The old man looked up and asked. Only when he got a good look did he recognize him as the tall guy who had recently checked in. "What brings you out so late?" Went for some web surfing," Yu Hong responded, glancing at the old man. Suddenly, despite the normal appearance, Yu Hong noticed that the old man's face seemed particularly pale, as if devoid of color. "Boss, you don't look so well. Are you sick?" "I'm okay, probably just the lighting at night." "Your complexion also looks quite pale," the old man replied nonchalantly. "All right then." Yu Hong scanned the surroundings. The lobby of the inn at the ground floor at this moment only had the old man cracking seeds cheerfully at the counter. The rest of the place was dark, and the shadows in the corners seemed to hide something. It gave off a sense of insecurity. He focused and sensed around but detected nothing. My perception seems ineffective against the resentful mark here. It seems I'll have to enhance it for this place once the black mark is strengthened. As he went upstairs to rest, he couldn't help but glance at the old man again, noticing no anomalies. The old man was still happily watching TV and enjoying his seeds. Yu Hong then returned to his room to rest. In the following days, Yu Hong began to selectively screen the other branches within the innate nine sects. Since the main nine sects had strict selection, the slightly less prestigious Taoist branches couldn't be as strict. Moreover, he took Yang's reminder into account the supposed yin energy on himself. If there were misunderstandings with the yin energy nine sects, that could lead to trouble. Confrontation would not be wise under these circumstances where the strength and power of the other party were completely unknown. Through rigorous and continuous screening, he quickly found one Taoist sect that met the criteria. It was very close, also by the seaside. Thus, on the afternoon of the same day he found it, Yu Hong took a taxi to the registered address of this branch, the Qingchen Temple. Our Qingchen Temple is the famous true temple of Taoism known far and wide around here. Whether you are praying for children, wealth, or worshipping the Buddha, worshipping the gods, it's all a very cost-effective place. The welcoming Taoist at the gate was bald, and even though he covered his head with a black Taoist hat, his slip of the tongue made Yu Hong suspect he might have just switched from a Buddhist temple. Under his guide, Yu Hong entered the gates of the Taoist temple. To his surprise, Qingchen Temple appeared to be an open touristic spot. The Taoist temple wasn't large, with only a main hall in the center and 3 rooms on each side. Plus the entrance gate, they precisely enclosed a square courtyard. The welcoming Taoist took Yu Hong into the main hall and began introducing it immediately. Over here, depending on the wish our customer has, we have incense of different prices. You see, for praying for children, the standard amount is 3 sticks, 5 yuan each. For seeking wealth, you need more. As you know, this is like a small gamble to win big, so one set is 9 sticks, 3 yuan each. Also, there's for changing fortune. Yu Hong listened while checking out the deity statue presiding over the main hall. There was only one statue. It was a robust male figure, holding a steel whip, looking fierce and wrathful, dressed in luxurious purple and red Taoist robes. May I ask which deity does your temple enshrine? It's the 9-palace soul-devouring venerable, the Taoist replied. He is one of the 3 major heavenly venerates of our Taoist sect. Out of 10 temples, 8 enshrine him. I see. Yu Hong observed the bustling scene in the temple. Actually, I'm not here to burn incense. I heard that your temple's Taoist UMO is holding an open recruitment, ready to accept disciples of a wide age range. Oh, you're talking about that matter, right? It is indeed happening. This way, please. Hearing this, the welcoming Taoist smile brightened even more. Soon, he led Yu Hong away from the bustling main hall to the back. There was a small open space where 2 rows of brown wooden tables and chairs were arranged, with 5 or 6 people sitting scattered around. Another Taoist was speaking aloud, seeming to be giving a lecture to these 5 or 6. At a glance, Yu Hong noticed half of them were dozing off, not listening at all. Right this way. The welcoming Taoist guided Yu Hong to a young female Taoist standing guard on the right. Yu Lin. This is Mr. Yu Hong, who admires the great reputation of our Qingchen Temple and has come to be an apprentice. Oh, it's from Taoist Yu Mo's side, isn't it? The Golden Jade class, right? Taoist Yu Lin yawned and squeezed out a smile at Yu Hong. That's right, that's the one. Yu Lin, please take him to complete the enrollment procedures, the welcoming Taoist said quickly. Yu Hong was well aware of what both of them meant, but his goal was just that. The so-called Golden Jade class was actually a gold-plated class used for collecting money. Or rather, it shouldn't be called gold-plating but rather a protective class. Qingchen Temple and other minor Taoist sects, for the sake of livelihood, would occasionally organize such classes, taking in a bunch of disciples regardless of age or background, only caring about the money. After Taoist Yu Lin took over, she led Yu Hong to a room on the side to complete the enrollment process. Just the initial fee to become a disciple was 30,000 yuan, and further offerings were to be continued. This was sustenance for the master, also a special protection fee to get priority support in times of danger. After the payment was made, Yu Hong was quickly taken out of the Taoist temple and into a courtyard close by. After receiving the standard Taoist robe and a booklet of matters needing attention, Yu Hong was given a Taoist name, Ding Ro. Then he officially became a disciple of the Qingchen Temple's Ding generation. Even though it was only a bought position, Yu Lin also informed that there would be classes held behind the main hall every day. If he wanted to learn, he could go. If not, he could do other things. Having established his identity, Yu Hong took a cab back to the inn. Qingchen Temple was just outside Taizhou, and the drive took just over an hour. It was the nearest registered Taoist institution. His purpose was only to study the system here. With the black mark as a foundation, as long as he got a complete structure, he could use the black mark to strengthen it into a type he could use. So instead of putting a lot of effort into entering the 9 sects and contacting big shots, it was better to get something from a slightly lower place first and slowly investigate the attitudes and real intentions of the 9 sects. In between, Yu Hong returned to the camp twice, bringing some gold, which he converted into cash. Realizing that this was not sustainable, he made use of his ability to breathe underwater, dived into the sea, caught some large shrimp and crabs, and sold them on the street. After a few trips, he had over 100,000 yuan in cash on hand. He then rented a house with a courtyard nearby, settling down in this place. Time passed slowly with the regular routine of life. Day by day, Yu Hong slowly settled in Taizhou, getting familiar with the environment here. Asterisk. Qingchen Temple. Today is the day the temple is closed for private meditation. As usual, the list of advanced study disciples for this batch has been sent up, and Taoist UMO will be coming over shortly. He will give one-on-one guidance to everyone. Don't miss this opportunity. This is a rare chance for close-up instruction. A Taoist with a goatee stood in front of the courtyard announcing loudly. There were 2 groups of people standing in the courtyard. To the left, for individuals wore gray and white Taoist robes with jade-buckled leather belts, looking cool and aloof. The group, 2 men and 2 women, showed a clear sense of distance from the others, not talking to those on the other side, and not even glancing over there. They didn't socialize with each other much. If they weren't meditating with eyes closed, they stood upright, whispering something quietly. To the right were 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, all in their 20s, with sophisticated attire that once seen makes it clear they were not from common households. They were casual in demeanor, whispering among themselves. Yu Hong also stood among the 6, belonging to this Golden Jade 2nd generation who had paid to sign up. Chapter 288. I heard that as long as you attend the first 3 classes properly, you can get an effective amulet from the temple. Then when returning home, you can have something to show to your grandfather. An amulet, really? What's important is the name association. It offers priority when seeking help in times of need. By studying here, there's another benefit. It trains us to differentiate issues on our own initially, instead of bothering the master in the temple for every little thing. We try to handle it with bulk talismans first. If that doesn't work, then we call the master. This also saves a lot of time and energy. Yu Hong and the several people beside him were discussing the purpose of this training session. He listened quietly, yet somewhat furrowed his brows. So, we don't actually teach real Taoist skills? They will teach, but... A bespectacled male student, who had been curious about Yu Hong's robust build, hastily chimed in. Dude, you're not seriously here to learn Taoist skills, are you? I am considering it. Yu Hong nodded. Is there a problem? Of course not, but at our age it's already too late to start training. Moreover, the Golden Jade class just nonchalantly teaches, similar to practicing inner Qigong to regulate the body and nerves, making one slightly more energetic and stronger than the average person. It all sounds quite profound though, the bespectacled student whispered. No way. So how do we handle hauntings or similar issues? A young girl with purple lipstick couldn't help but ask. There are no such hauntings. Just hire a bodyguard. The bespectacled guy laughed. Honestly, my grandfather made me come here, said I had to get a diploma before I could go home. You don't really think everyone is here to learn Taoist skills, do you? No. Haven't you experienced it? Another chubby bystander, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but interject. What? Asked the spectacled student. Like those missing person cases that even the police can't solve. Recently, these cases have been on the rise, and a friend of my dad at the city police station said there's no pattern to the crimes. Several culprits were randomly selected from other criminals. The chubby one sighed. If the world wasn't becoming more incomprehensible, who would spend so much time and money to fuss over this place? So, are you saying there are many missing cases now? Yu Hong naturally inserted. A lot. Some have been solved, due to people taking advantage of the situation, but most are just untraceable. The chubby student replied, glancing at Yu Hong, who was much taller than him and noting his strong muscular contours. Dude, you've got an impressive build. Yu Hong just smiled. His stature and build were indeed very noticeable among the group. From the chubby student's response, he could deduce that the Black Disaster's infiltration into this world was accelerating and intensifying. But since the 9 sects had been holding on for so long here, he presumed that a targeted countermeasure would eventually appear. Otherwise, this place would have ended up much like where Yi was. While he listened to the rich heir's casual conversation, on the other side among 4 people, the one who stood at the forefront, a cold and quiet young man, seemed to be disturbed by the noise, frowned slightly and whispered, "How is this arranged? Sharing lessons with those idlers is a waste of time for us and meaningless for them. I've already suggested that these gilded second generations should be handed over to the external training staff. They wouldn't take the teachings seriously anyway." Another man with slightly high cheekbones responded, "Just bear with it for now." The cold young man closed his eyes, exhaled, and continued murmuring something. About 2 minutes later, the wooden gate in the yard was pushed open. An old Taoist, with white hair and one prosthetic eye, entered, flanked by 4 Taoists. The old Taoist gestured for the 4 to stop and quickly walked up to the people inside the yard. "I am UMO, and the class starts now." He seated himself cross-legged. The induction into the teachings, primarily for the new kids of the Golden Jade class. As darkness encroaches and chaos approaches, cultivate diligently. Not only can it keep you away from unclean entities, but it also enables you to protect your family and buy enough time for someone from our Taoist sect to come to your aid. May I ask Master UMO, are there really so-called unclean entities in this world? Yu Hong suddenly raised his hand to ask. Believe it, then there is. Disbelieve, then there is not. UMO looked at him, his gaze briefly flickering over the strong muscles on his body. These unclean entities include the evil and distracting thoughts that rise in your mind, among other things. I see. Yu Hong showed an enlightened expression. He wasn't intentionally causing trouble, but from this old man, he truly couldn't sense anything different from an ordinary person. Weak, powerless, he could even faintly hear a phlegmy sound in his breath. Clearly, the old man had a cold. Next was Master Yumo's time for chanting scriptures. Seeing no further questions, he suggested leading everyone in chanting the Taoist scripture, Universal Splendor Scripture. A tedious chanting session lasted for over half an hour, making several people from the Golden Jade class increasingly impatient and yawned one after another. Only Yu Hong solemnly chanted along with the Universal Splendor Scripture. This guy is somewhat interesting. Could he actually be here to learn? On the other side, one female disciple noticed this and couldn't help but whisper quietly. Being able to recite such a tedious scripture, his determination is strong. Another female disciple nodded in agreement. Maybe he's just pretending. The man with slightly high cheekbones speculated. Zhang Ming, brother, what do you think? He looked towards the reserved Taoist who had remained silent. It's none of your concern, pay attention to the class. If it's genuine, he will naturally continue. If it's fake, he'll soon give up. The cold Taoist Zhang Ming replied indifferently. As he spoke, the other 3 immediately didn't dare to say more. Among the disciples inside the temple, he was one of only 2 who had a minor accomplishment in Taoist skills, and his authority among the young disciples was considerable. After Zhang Ming finished speaking, he glanced at Yu Hong, whose robust and strong physique was particularly eye-catching among a group of wealthy second-generation youths. In reality, not all these second-generation youths coming here just for the name were useless. Occasionally, one or two individuals with perseverance and potential would emerge. However, at such an old age, no matter how talented or determined he was, it was already too late. Starting halfway would inevitably lead to a limited journey. Thus, after a few more glances, he continued to listen to Yu Mo's teaching of the Universal Splendor Scripture. The day's teaching quickly came to an end, and everyone respectfully saw off Taoist Yu Mo before dispersing. Yu Hong, you're not a local, right? From your accent, it seems you haven't been in Taizhou long. Do you want to join us for a meal and have some fun? Asked the chubby second-generation youth who took the initiative to invite Yu Hong. No thanks, I really want to seriously learn some Taoist skills. Planning to go back and delve into the Universal Splendor Scripture. Yu Hong declined. Awesome. Really dedicated, huh? Keep it up. The chubby youth gave a thumbs up, admiringly. Looking forward to you working hard on your cultivation, making those in the Tao seed class take notice. Yu Hong smiled and looked towards the other 4 young Taoists, his perception naturally allowing him to hear their private conversation. He understood that they looked down on the few people on the side of the Golden Jade class. But that was all right, some things would reveal their true nature through the test of time. Turning around, he walked alone towards the outside of the Taoist temple. In the days to follow, Yu Hong came to the temple every day diligently. While initially there were 5 people from the Golden Jade class, after 3 days only 3 remained, and after another 4 days only 2 were left. Yu Hong and the man with glasses. The other 4 had all ditched classes, finding them boring. The daily lessons were all about memorizing various Taoist scriptures, boring and incomprehensible, a complete waste of time in everyone's eyes. Only Yu Hong and the man with glasses persisted. After some time, he got to know the man with glasses, Guoshangdong, whose family owned a chain bookstore locally. What they didn't know was, their perseverance had also sparked a divide among the transmission Taoists inside the temple. 3 weeks later, inside Qingchen Temple at 5:30 in the morning, the monthly routine small meeting was convened as usual. Regarding the Tao transmission application for the 2 from the Golden Jade class, I plan to officially approve it, said Taoist Yu Mo, sitting cross-legged on a meditation mat, lazily basking in the sun. Golden Jade class? Those young people who came in paying money have any good seedlings? Are you joking, junior brother? Temple Master Yu Hen, with a chubby and pale face, was counting money, moistening his fingers with his mouth. Don't mess it up. Our Qingchen Temple is different from other Taoist sects. We are all about money. 2 transmission official disciples need us to spend money and resources to cultivate. Isn't this a waste? That Guoshangdong can be dismissed, but the other one, Yu Hong, I think he is very determined and wholeheartedly devoted to Taoist skills. I've talked to him a few times. He seems to be someone who has been through hardship, hence his eagerness for Taoist skills. Explained Yu Mo. That still won't do. Every additional person means less income for us. Our temple's income is already not ample, junior brother. You are unaware of the family expenses. Golden Jade class, Golden Jade class. What does Golden Jade mean? It's meant for making money. You're misunderstanding it. Temple Master Yu Hen continuously shook his head. Ah, I was just saying, senior brother. Don't get worked up. Yu Mo laughed helplessly. How about this, I'll talk to him. Let him bear the cost of Taoist skills consumption himself. See if that works. Hey, that's more like it. Since he yearns for Taoist skills, he naturally won't mind bearing the costs of cultivation. If he even minds this little expense, then I'd have to doubt his sincerity, exclaimed Temple Master Yu Hen, slapping his thigh. Yu Mo shook his head silently, watching his demeanor. The other old Taoists inside the temple also held back their laughs. Although Qingchen Temple wasn't as pure as before, it had money now. Ever since Temple Master Yu Hen took over, everyone's life had improved. Buying houses, cars, and villas. Things once dreamt of were now owned by everyone. Life was rich and flavorful. As for Taoist skills, that was just a business for making money. What's the use of sticking to traditions? If one couldn't even satisfy hunger, couldn't afford the necessary resources and medicinal ingredients for cultivation, wouldn't it still end up dwindling and dying out? Umo watched as the other old Taoists enthusiastically discussed with the temple master how to expand business channels, including the newly emergent online streaming and more. He sighed softly. Since driving away those obstinate members of the ascetic sect, the temple indeed wasn't short of money anymore. Life had greatly improved. Everyone's thin faces had become rosy. However, gradually he also noticed something wasn't right. The Taoist's dedication to cultivating Taoist skills was increasingly lax, spending a lot of time with families, traveling, and indulging in leisure. If the mentors were like this, the younger generation followed suit even more, having little skill but not lagging in self-pride at all. Chapter 289. Teacher, are you worried? Sun Yang, the young disciple standing behind Umo, asked in a low voice. She seemed to have noticed something. Fairly well. It's just, I'm feeling a little uneasy, Umo sighed. He knew that nowadays Qingchen Temple, in the eyes of other Taoist sects, had completely become an ordinary force known only for amassing wealth. Actually, Temple Master is not unwilling to spare just an official disciple spot. The fear is that if you ask for one, then the rest of the senior teachers will each want one too, and if this precedent is set, it will be a great burden on the temple. The young disciple Sun Yang quietly moved closer and explained. You're quite the clever one, Umo laughed, having naturally also thought of this. After some thought, he reviewed the development of the Taoist temple over the past few years. It's rare for the Tao seed class to produce a promising seed, and although he's old, and his Taoist skills definitely can't progress as fast as Zhang Ming and the other three, hope should still be given. Pondering, Umo spoke softly. In the future, let Yu Hong and Guoshangdong join Zheng Lin and the others for combined classes. For the resources that are lacking, we'll stick to the old rule. The first year I will cover it. After all, their stages of cultivation are low, so not much is needed. Let's try it out first and see. Give them a chance. There's no need to inform the senior brothers about this. Yes, and what about the transmission of magic skills and resolving doubts? Will it be done together as before? Together. Only with comparison can both sides have a clearer understanding. Let Yu Hong and the others understand that it's not favoritism on our part, but rather that age is a great obstacle to cultivation. And for Zhang Ming and them, it can also serve as a warning, making them realize that once you're past a certain age, there's no chance to remedy it. While speaking, Umo looked at the other senior brothers fighting over interests, squabbling like the aunties in a supermarket. He previously could not understand the elders' pursuit of pure Taoist skills, but now, he seemed to have some understanding. Within a Taoist sect, there always had to be some who persist in purity and carry the burden forward, otherwise, that was also why he was secretly using his own resources to train disciples with perseverance. Perhaps it was because his conscience hadn't completely faded, or perhaps because of an inexplicable anxiety about the future. He felt that he should try to change the current situation a bit. Of course, if he was really asked to give up his comfortable life now, that was impossible. After all, understanding is one thing, but enjoyment is still necessary. At most, share a little in private to help potential disciples and add depth to our own sect. As for the contempt and disdain from other Taoist sects, just endure it during the big meetings. It's only for a few days in a year anyway. This is called enduring a moment for calm seas and gentle winds. Asterisk. 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 Qingchen Temple's application was granted as wished, and Yu Hong also began his routine cultivation career. After chanting scriptures for a month, one morning just after 6 o'clock, he was already seated in the courtyard behind the Great Hall, with the 4 from the Tao seed class and Guoshangdong who came along, seriously beginning to recite the Taoist scripture. At 7 o'clock, a Taoist came to call them for breakfast. The breakfast spot was in a steamed bun shop next door. By the small wooden table, Yu Hong and Guoshangdong sat opposite each other, with 2 small steamer baskets of buns in front of them, each with a cup of sweet soy milk, a cooked chicken egg, and a raw cucumber. Speaking of which, Xiaodong, why do you still come to class with such persistence? Didn't others take the amulet and go back? Yu Hong asked while biting into a bun. He was sure that the other was just an ordinary person, yet he could persist as long as he did, which was definitely a good seedling. It was indeed surprising that a wealthy second generation could have such strong perseverance. Ah! Guoshangdong shook his head and sighed. If you also had a grandfather at home who whipped you with a stick all the time, you'd probably be even more diligent than me. I don't want to either. But when I go home, my grandfather actually checks on my Taoist scripture recitations. Who the hell can stand it? You really have it tough. Yu Hong reacted with a chuckle. Brother Guo is still the same as before, with that old-fashioned look. I didn't expect you to be the same now. From one side of the two, a figure of a Taoist walked over, resting a hand on the edge of the table. It turned out to be their master, Taoist Umo. This old man sat down on the bench next to the table. You don't mind if I join, do you? Speaking of which, the prices these days have risen quite a bit, haven't they? Last year, the breakfast we contracted with the shop here only cost 2/3 of the current price, and it has gone up quite a lot this year. He complained while shaking his head as he picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Ding ro ding jing, greeting teacher. Yu Hong and Guoshangdong quickly got up and bowed. Let's not be so formal. We're not in class right now, we're just eating and drinking here. Let's not disturb the atmosphere. The Taoist Umo chuckled and waved his hand. Yes. The two promptly sat down again. The three of them gathered around a table, eating breakfast together. Taoist Umo casually asked a few questions about the Taoist scripture, which Yu Hong and Guoshangdong both answered well, to his satisfaction. Actually, among the Tao Seed class, you two have the best perseverance and the ability to persist, which everyone has witnessed. So I was thinking to see if you're willing to take a step further. To formally begin cultivation and enter the practice of Taoist skills. Taoist Umo asked with a smile. Is that possible? Yu Hong was stunned. He had thought it would take more time and didn't expect to catch the other's eye so soon. Of course, it's possible. In reality, Taoist skills aren't that important. What's needed is persistence. No matter how strong the talent, one must persist like water wearing down a stone, Umo nodded. But because you are older, it's impossible to reshape the meridians, and you have also seen the situation of my Qingchen temple. So this subsequent cultivation might be far inferior to the Tao Seed class. Of course, don't be discouraged by such events. As long as you persist, it's enough to prolong life, and dealing with some minor problems will not be difficult. These are all small matters. We are idealistic people. We come to pursue cultivation and join the class not for these things, but because we admire the Taoist way. Yu Hong stated earnestly. Exactly. The disciple isn't someone ignorant of what's good for him. To still want to outdo those who started cultivating from a young age at this old age, it indeed reflects naivety. Guoshangdong quickly added. At the same time, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Yu Hong because the words he had just said required a considerable amount of nerve to utter. Good. It's best if you can think this way. Umo nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out 2 sheets of paper from the pocket of his Taoist robe and handed them respectively to the 2 Yu Hongs. Here, this is the fundamental magic skill of Qingchen Temple. Take it and study it well, memorize it. Recite it silently in your heart 300 times every day. When you reach the set progress, you will naturally feel a strand of inner strength spontaneously emerge within you. Master, does inner strength really exist in this world? Could it be that all those stories about experts with internal mastery in novels are true? Guoshangdong couldn't help asking curiously. Of course it's true. Inner strength naturally exists, Umo said, nodding with a smile. Inner strength, as the name suggests, it's the power within the human body. It's the term opposite to external strength, but the term was specifically coined by the ancients for the sake of convenience in description. Internal power? Yu Hong and Guoshangdong had never thought that the explanation would be so simple, and both were dumbfounded for a moment. The power of the muscles in various parts of the internal organs is also considered inner strength. There's actually another interpretation for inner strength, which refers to the force that affects one's own internal systems. Its effect is to temper one's own physique, strengthen the body's energy, and inner strength training is to work on the inside. Do you understand? Umo explained with a smile. It was clear that these two had misunderstood from reading novels. He patted Yu Hong on the arm. Look at the muscles on your body. These big muscles that have been built through fitness are dead strength, not flexible enough. The muscles built through external exercises can only work on large muscle groups. In contrast, inner strength training focuses on smaller muscle groups, as well as the tempering of the spirit. The latter is key. He poked open a carton of soy milk with a straw and took a sip. Tempering the spirit can allow a person to unlock all his potential and strength. When facing some things that ordinary people cannot comprehend, one can remain unbeaten without revealing any flaws. Only when one stands invincible oneself, then is there room to find the opponent's flaws. Amazing! Worthy of being our master. Guoshangdong immediately gave a thumbs up. Did you hear that? All the muscles on your body are dead muscles. You need to properly cultivate inner strength. He also patted Yu Hong on the arm as he spoke. Yu Hong. After breakfast, the two received the official Taoist skills, which were the fundamental methods of Qingchen Temple, the Guanwu skill. They also received a 1-year qualification period from UMO, during which the temple would provide for their cultivation needs for free. They only needed to pay for basic tuition and miscellaneous fees. Holding the document, Yu Hong quickly looked it over on the way back. This magic skill was very simple, just a set of somewhat tongue-twisting scriptures. And the scripture didn't seem to carry any meaning, being just a mixture of discrete phrases. He took it home and immediately began reciting it silently in his heart. Right now, the black mark was still in the enhancement camp and couldn't be used, so he planned to try practicing on his own first. The practice of Guanwu skill quickly got on the right track. Yu Hong persistently recited it silently morning and night, soon committing it to memory. By now, he no longer needed a translator. He had no trouble with the second night language, whether it was listening, speaking, reading, or writing. After chatting with them that day, Umo never had another private interaction with them. He appeared once a week, and the rest of the time, he was either traveling domestically or internationally or living it up with beauties at dinners and on vacations. Life was rich and varied. After joining the Tao Seed class, Yu Hong and his companion could often feel the disregarding attitude of the 4-person Tao Seed team. Indeed, neglect. The Tao Seed class seemed to consider it normal to ignore them, students of the Golden Jade refining class. They didn't even bother to speak to them after class, and would just stand up and leave. The foremost among them, Taoist Zhang Ming, was rumored to be a famous genius within the temple, and his attitude was even more apparent. But with the Taoist skills in hand, Yu Hong also had no time to engage in any student relationships. Because of his specialty, Tao breath circulation, he also included Guanwu skill into his automatic cultivation routine. Eve entered the door. Initial success? Inside the rental, Yu Hong woke up from sleep and was astonished to find a cool breath circulating slowly in his head, like a loop, flowing from the left temple to the right and cycling back and forth. Looking at his own temples slightly bulging in the mirror, he suddenly had the illusion that he himself was a genius. If it wasn't for the assistance from the specialty Tao breath circulation, I might have really believed I was a genius. Feeling the circulating breath in his head, Yu Hong wasn't clear about the standards of Qingchen Temple, but from Yumo's words, he could infer that normally, it was impossible to achieve results in just a few days. So, next, shall I experience what it feels like to be a genius? He stroked his chin. After entry, he hadn't received any follow-up cultivation methods, so he could only go to see Umo unless he intended to deliberately delay to hide his progress. However, the black disaster was urgent, and he couldn't afford to wastefully relax. Demonstrating his talent through normal channels to gain influence was also a method. After sorting himself out in the rental, Yu Hong first went to Qingchen Temple. He found Yumo's Taoist apprentice Sun Yang. Sun Yang was playing cards with 2 other little Taoist apprentices. When she heard what Yu Hong whispered, the cards in her hand slipped due to lack of strength, and she stood up abruptly. Really? She stared at Yu Hong with wide eyes. This kind of thing cannot be spoken lightly. Practicing subsequent cultivation techniques in advance could lead to mental derangement and cause mental illness. It's true. You can ask about the details. Yu Hong nodded in confirmation. Chapter 290. Sun Yang immediately pulled him aside to a corner, asking another child to take her place. The two of them walked behind a large circular pillar and stood firm. It's been less than a week. Ding Ro, have you practiced similar Taoist skills before? Otherwise, how could you advance so quickly? Her small eyes were still wide with amazement. Such a pace, she had only seen it in child's skill before. It is said that the two geniuses of the temple back then entered the beginner level within a week. I'm not sure. I practiced some mental training magic skills before. Yu Hong said hesitantly. He wasn't sure if the visualization he practiced before counted as similar. That makes sense. Sun Yang sighed in relief. You scared me to death. I thought you had cultivated incorrectly because it completely defies logic. But since you have some prior foundation, and you naturally have strong perseverance, it's not impossible to advance quickly. She patted her modest chest, exhaling in relief, and quickly pulled out a blue thread-bound booklet with no words on the cover from her pocket. This is the follow-up cultivation technique for the Guanwu skill. This magic skill has 9 layers, and our Taoist sect mostly goes up to 9, as this number is considered the ultimate. Our Guanwu skill is a bit unique. After each layer is cultivated, the spirit strength doubles compared to before. 9 layers to perfection, theoretically, the strength will increase 1,000 times over the original. But that's just theoretical state, take a look yourself. Remember not to spread it outside. The authentic magic skills of our Taoist sect are only suitable for us to cultivate, and also require matching medicines. Calming incense, it's extremely dangerous for outsiders as it will cause mental disarray. This is to protect them. Yu Hong took the booklet, flipping it open to glance. Indeed, the first page read, Internal material, strictly confidential. Continuing to flip through from the first layer to the 9th layer, everything was complete. Give them all to me? He was a bit surprised. Of course, if any related negative symptoms occur while practicing, remember to get medicine for conditioning in time. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. To get medicine, go to the pharmacy. It's the flat house to the right of the Taoist temple gate. Just look for the sign. Sun Yang instructed. All right, all is well. I'm going back to play cards. I thought so. At this age, it's impossible to achieve that kind of speed. Muttering, she turned and walked back to the card table. Yu Hong was speechless with the booklet in hand. He had prepared himself to be a prodigy, but they didn't care at all. Carrying the booklet back to his rented place, he continued to read through the recorded content along the way. Reading through the Guanwu skill, it felt purely like a cultivation technique for mental training. From the first layer to the 9th layer, using 9 different kinds of personal deepest fears, it trains the will. The 9-layer magic skill provided 9 different scriptures. Just by reciting them, it would automatically utilize one's mental imagination to conjure a corresponding fear illusion. By defeating it, one can advance their spirit further and step into the next layer. The steps were very simple. 9 layers mean 9 kinds of fear illusions. No wonder Qingchen Temple isn't too concerned about the spreading of the magic skill. For ordinary people with insufficient willpower, developing mental illness is indeed very common. Yu Hong sighed as he closed the booklet, understanding Sun Yang's explanation. But if one views it according to this magic skill, wouldn't it mean that the old Taoists at Qingchen Temple all have unbending wills? But from what I've seen over this period of time, it doesn't seem like it. Those old Taoists who were experts in all kinds of worldly pleasures didn't seem like the type cultivated through this magic skill. But it might be a degeneration too. Even if the magic skill is cultivated, once the spiritual will wavers, the realm will definitely degrade. Truly a magic skill highly dependent on the state of mind. Taking the complete set of magic skills back, he followed the steps and content recorded. Yu Hong, sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard of his rented house under the starlit sky, quietly began reciting the first layer scripture. During the night, as time passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, suddenly, a series of soft footsteps came from behind Yu Hong. He silently opened his eyes and turned to look behind him. At the doorway of the inner room, a figure stood in the shadowy darkness. A pale face, a dirty white robe, and a strangely smiling expression. My first fear. Is it the first shadow I encountered when I just went to Yi's place? Standing up, Yu Hong looked at the other party, his expression somewhat nostalgic. Yes, back then I was extremely weak, powerless, only able to rely on Yi to survive in that brutal world. He walked step by step towards the shadow, standing in front of the other party. The two were less than a meter apart. He looked down at him from above. And now, Yu Hong stretched out his hand, grabbing the other's neck. My fear is no longer you, but the powerless and weak me back then. In an instant, Yu Hong's face contorted ferociously, grabbed the shadow, and with his other hand like a heavy hammer, fiercely smashed down onto the other's head. Bang! The shadow's head exploded, turning into countless white light spots, slowly dispersing. I'm no longer afraid. Not afraid anymore. Yu Hong clenched his fist. In an instant he kicked out a side kick. His leg shadow rained down like droplets. In a second a flurry of rain-like phantoms kicked out. Swish, swish, swish. The light spots were hit one by one, exploding again, completely vanishing. Just as the light spots were completely shattered, Yu Hong felt countless cool threads emerge from inside his head, converging at the center of his forehead. The surroundings twisted in an instant. His vision blurred, and he was still sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard, completely unmoved. The first layer. I've cultivated it. Yu Hong breathed rapidly, tilting his head to look at the sky. Pale blue starlight twinkled, crystal clear like a washed piece of glass, with a crescent moon peacefully hanging in the sky. At this moment, he distinctly felt as if he himself had been cleansed like a mirror, many stray thoughts and negative emotions in his heart being swept away in an instant. The deepest depressions in his heart also vanished. More crucially, the heavenly river. This special summoning secret technique that belonged to the infinite river technique was now noticeably strengthened. The heavenly river, which always hovered around him, began to show tiny silver particles inside it. A secret scene visible only to Yu Hong himself. A miniature version of Agrias swam slowly within, apparently very pleased with the silver particles, continuously opening its mouth to devour them. This Qing Chun Temple's cultivation technique, it actually helps the secret techniques of the Wuji sect. No, maybe my original shortfall was precisely in my spiritual will. Now recalling this, Yu Hong suddenly realized, ever since encountering the Black Disaster, he had always been in a state of anxious running. It was quite normal that his mental state wasn't elevated. After all, he had never pursued it. What he pursued were physical and inner chi powers, the tangible destructive power. This is good. Yu Hong exhaled deeply, sensing the changes in the heavenly river. Suddenly, a trace of joy appeared on his face, because the feedback from the heavenly river made him feel that he could stuff in a new slot. Having placed the dragon of Xiangolf, Agrias, the heavenly river was previously full, but now with the elevation of his spirit, unexpectedly, another slot became available. Sure enough, coming here was the right choice. Yu Hong immediately felt invigorated. Though the Taiyuan True method had not made a breakthrough, the enhancement of the heavenly river enabled him to incorporate another entity he had slain. If he chose well, it could significantly enhance his own combat power. Of course, now being in a peaceful environment, he temporarily neither needed nor could use this ability, but in the future. Asterisk. 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 Huangsong Island. Several Coast Guard boats had been docked here for several days. The island had been searched back and forth several times. All possible places had been searched, but still, the missing two people were not found. In front of the small two-story building where Song Siu and others had stayed before, Old Yang had changed into a light yellow Taoist robe and sighed while watching two Taoists walking slowly off the boat in the distance. Brother Ku Chai, Brother Ku Ling, thank you for your trouble this time. Among the two Taoists who came, one was white-haired and about his age, with a square face and a displeasing expression, too indifferent to mind him. The other was quite young, in his 20s, with handsome features and a gentle demeanor, looking at the tired-faced Old Yang and gently shaking his head. Brother Muyang, you really went too far this time. The situation here has become a bit serious, but to avoid responsibility, it was hidden. Dragging it to this point, you indeed bear a lot of the responsibility. Brother Ku-chan, I had no choice, Muyang helplessly said. I was just careless at the beginning, patched the wrong breach, mistaking the auxiliary for the main breach. By the time I realized it was too late, and I had no spare array plates. You have a weak Taoist realm. Never mind, I came here to patch it up as soon as possible. Fortunately, it didn't turn into a big disaster. The gentle man comforted. Just don't think about the annual assessment at the mansion. I know. Muyang sighed again. Also, your junior brothers and sisters from the Heavenly Master Mansion are on their way here. You should think about how to deal with them when the time comes, Ku-chan advised. Muyang sighed heavily upon hearing this. Thank goodness Brother Ku-chai is willing to lend a helping hand. Otherwise, this old Taoist would really have caused a serious disaster. Don't mention it. The Heavenly Master Mansion and our Zai Palace stem from the same Taoist sect. We are naturally obliged to help each other, Ku-chai said with a smile. After he finished, he carefully asked about the location of the last patch, then turned around and hurried off with his companions. About an hour later, a thin mist enveloping Hwangsong Island began to dissipate. A small boat carrying Ku-chan and Muyang, among others, also left the island smoothly, heading towards Taizhou. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the same time, in the courtyard where Yu Hong was silently reciting scriptures, he suddenly shivered and opened his eyes. The erosion from the black ship mark is completely gone? He had stayed here this long and often felt the restlessness of the black ship being eroded by some unknown force. Each time this happened, he would ride the black ship back to camp to recharge. After recharging, the black ship could resist for a while without issues. But it generally only lasted a day. The second day he would feel the black ship being eroded again. This situation had cycled many times, but unexpectedly, this time the erosion vanished completely. Wait, I won't be directly forced to return, will I? Yu Hong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stood up to carefully survey his surroundings. Assured that this was land and there were no places to moor any ships nearby, he finally relaxed. The black disaster couldn't vanish on its own. Something must have happened at Hwangsong Island that suddenly caused the black disaster to disappear. Connecting it with what Old Yang had mentioned about going to shake people down, Yu Hong immediately made the connection. It seems that people from the innate 9 sects have arrived. He pondered for a moment but decided not to return to check the island. His daily cultivation of the Guanwu skill was progressing smoothly, and soon he would be able to conjure the haunting entity of the second layer. His progress seemed to be much faster than Guoshangdong's, perhaps due to the Tao breath circulation. But without more references, he didn't know how fast he was. Regardless, as long as he didn't exhibit symptoms requiring medication, he just had to keep practicing. Chapter 291. The appearance of the black ship here relies on the seawater, unlike the camp over there where the appearance of the dock and wooden bridge only requires light. Could this be because there is the black disaster and black river over there, creating this difference? Yu Hong stood up, feeling it necessary to inquire about the news at the Taoist temple. Thinking it over, he realized that he had few connections within the temple and had no idea whom to ask for information. The only person he was somewhat familiar with, Guoshangdong, was just as new as himself and surely had no clue about this matter. Hesitating for a moment, he finally slapped his thigh decisively. Let's go directly to Old Umo. After changing his clothes, Yu Hong quickly left home and headed straight for Elder Umo's private villa. Having become one of the special disciples under close scrutiny, both Yu Hong and Guoshangdong deepened their connection with Umo. So, it was quite normal for them to know one of his residences. Moonwatch Villa District is a well-known high-end residential area in Taizhou, where the lowest price for a property starts at 3 million. In Taizhou, where housing prices are relatively low, this is already an astronomical figure. Yu Hong hailed a taxi and headed straight for the entrance of the Villa District. Sitting in the taxi, he pondered how to ask his questions and phrase them. Suddenly, he felt a chill as the car passed a street, and he hurriedly turned to look out the window. Outside the car window, the neon sign of the Red Plum Inn was still flashing at the entrance of the alley. The typically deserted entrance of the inn now had quite a few people standing around, with police cars and motorcycles parked by the roadside, and several officers talking softly into their radios. "Master, please stop the car. I'll get off here." Yu Hong frowned, catching a glimpse of the scarred face of the girl who was standing at the inn's entrance as he passed by the alley. She stood at the doorway, holding her school bag, staring blankly inside, her eyes lifeless. "Okay, the fare." The driver immediately pulled over to stop the car. "Keep the change." Yu Hong handed him a 10 yuan note without asking for the change, then got out of the car. Walking down the alley, he approached the entrance of the inn. It was only upon entering that he saw more than a dozen people already there, all crowding and looking towards the inside of the inn. Yu Hong also joined to look inside. The entrance of the Red Plum Inn was blocked by yellow police tape, and through the open door, one could see the dried, dark red bloodstains on the floor of the small hall on the first level. He looked around and heard several people whispering about the incident, quickly approaching a young man with glasses and gently tapped him. "Excuse me, could you tell me what happened here?" "Someone's dead," the man sighed. The owner of the inn, an old man in his 70s or 80s, was suddenly stabbed from the back with a sharp knife last night, his guts spilling out on the floor. They say he crawled for a while, trying to get out for help, but ended up dying at the doorway. The owner of the inn, the old man? A chill went through Yu Hong's heart. He remembered the always smiling old man who let him run a tab when he stayed there. He had just moved out not long ago, and now something happened to the inn? In fact, one night when he returned from the internet, he felt something was off, just didn't know what. At that time, the old man's face also seemed very pale, very strange. The old man said that Yu Hong's face was just as pale. So Yu Hong didn't take it seriously, but now... It seems my feeling at the time was correct. There was indeed a problem, just that I couldn't detect it due to different power systems. After thanking the young man, Yu Hong approached the girl with the scar. "Lingling." The girl stiffly turned her head, and upon seeing him, did not reply but continued to twist her head, looking towards the inn. Seeing her like this, with no other family members around, standing alone to the side, Yu Hong guessed her situation might be difficult. "If you need help, you can come find me here." He still felt indebted to the old man who allowed him to run a tab. Lingling did not respond, just stood there dazedly, as if she hadn't heard him. Yu Hong, looking at the busy police officers, watched for a while before he finally turned and left. He was certain that there were no traces of the black mist or black disaster at the scene. This meant it might just be a homicide, or perhaps it was something native to this world. As for Lingling, he was neither kin nor a close friend, but out of gratitude for the tab the old man gave him, he was willing to lend a hand, and that should be good enough. With the police involved, the largest national organization in charge of maintaining order, he did not believe they were completely unaware of the mysterious aspects. Thus, having the authorities handle it was the best course of action. After leaving, as Yu Hong stepped out of the alley, he happened to encounter several strangers in black-collared long sleeves, huddled together, chatting and laughing softly. These men were pale, with distinct black tattoos visible on their necks. Noticing Yu Hong coming out of the alley because of his conspicuous physique, they glanced over this way for a moment longer. When they realized Yu Hong was looking at them as well, they quickly averted their gazes. Yu Hong heard them speaking in an unfamiliar dialect that even the translator couldn't help him understand, despite his ability to understand more than a dozen languages now. But from their chatting demeanor, they seemed to be in a state of contentment and joy. Happy at the sight of a deathly incident? A hint of doubt flashed through Yu Hong's mind. But he was in a hurry and had no time for nosiness. It was not realistic to just go punching everyone into unconsciousness just because they seemed pleased. Quickly hailing another taxi, he got in and continued towards Elder Yumo's residence. Over 10 minutes later, outside the Moonview Villa, Yu Hong walked out of the complex feeling somewhat disappointed. The old Taoist was out again, traveling to who knows where. With nobody around and no way to gather information, Yu Hong simply decided to go back and continue his training. He would wait until classes started to see if he could find an opportunity to inquire about the situation. On his way back, he bought himself a mobile phone and collected his ID from the police station, officially becoming a citizen of Yasong country. After inserting the newly issued SIM card and powering on the phone, he entered the contact numbers of the few people he met on Huangsong Island and sent them a message notifying them of his new number. Next were the folks from the Taoist temple as well as Guoshangdong. Having done all this, Yu Hong continued his recitation in silent meditation on the second layer. To condense the second fear illusion required much longer recitation time than before. However, with the assistance of Tao breath circulation, it was as if Yu Hong was reciting and meditating non-stop, 24 hours a day. Soon, on the morning of the fourth day, just after he had gone out to buy some meat buns for breakfast and returned home, he saw a person standing in his yard as soon as he entered. A transparent figure that looked as if it was made of liquid glue. A special humanoid. The second one. It's you. Yu Hong recognized it. A fully formed language being. Back then, when it hadn't fully emerged, he delivered a fatal blow. Now, it seemed that deep in his heart, he still held a profound wariness towards these evil shadows, which made it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Such evil shadows were not something that could be immunized against with mere physical strength. It was an attack on cognitive perception, not something that could be resolved through physical force. Setting down the groceries, Yu Hong looked up again only to see the figure had disappeared, no longer standing where it was. At the same time, his ears began to pick up whispers of talking. It was as if he were a person lying unconscious in a hospital bed, with the voice of a deeply familiar woman beside him, softly narrating some story. In reality, the various noises from the outside world gradually became vague and distorted, while the woman's storytelling became increasingly clear and real. Yu Hong's expression remained unchanged as he covered his body with inner qi, emitting a faint white glow. Whoosh! In an instant, an invisible burst of qi exploded from his body, blowing away the debris around him. His inner qi was now intermixed with a significant amount of cosmic divine light, which, upon release, transformed into wind. Instantly, every corner of the yard was thoroughly swept by this invisible qi. At once, the language being that had just vanished was enveloped by this formless inner qi and revealed itself in a corner of the yard. Its entire body was sprouting clusters of bright red human mouths, which were now incessantly talking and producing noise. Upon being discovered, it suddenly had all the voices synchronize into an angry roar. Ah! That was a shrill, soprano-like scream, turning into a cylindrical, transparent shockwave, which crossed the yard in the blink of an eye and hit Yu Hong. Puff! The shockwave hit the thin layer of inner qi around Yu Hong's body. Despite its impressive force, it failed to break through the eggshell-thin protective layer of inner qi. Yu Hong took a step forward and unleashed the thunderbolt leg. He instantly flashed in front of the language being, grabbed its head with one hand, and threw it upwards. His immense strength instantly lifted the language being, which tumbled and soared into the air. Following that, he leaped up and delivered a battle axe-style kick. His leg heavily struck the midline of the language being's body. Boom! The language being was kicked apart without any resistance. It exploded, turning into countless light points. Likewise, Yu Hong swiftly shattered all the light points with kicks. Instantly, a refreshing and comfortable feeling surged into his mind. The silver particles inside the heavenly river once again greatly multiplied. At the same time, the progress of the Taiyuan True Method also surged forward significantly. The Taiyuan True Method was currently at the second layer state, still in the stage of refining and integrating the cosmic divine light into the body. It seemed that due to the substantial increase in spirit, the second layer's dawn light, which was supposed to break through, suddenly leaped forward quite a bit. Standing in place, Yu Hong slightly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he realized he was still standing at the doorstep of the courtyard, unmoving, as if he had maintained the position from the moment he walked through the door. The second layer of the Guanwu skill is not difficult either, and it even aided my Taiyuan True Method. The meaning of the second layer's dawn is to integrate enough cosmic divine light, increase its concentration, and attain a dawn-like color when released. That would mark success. Yu Hong raised his hand, and a strand of faint cosmic divine light seeped from his palm. The deep blue light, like a dancing flame, quietly floated above his hand. In the very center of this deep blue, one could vaguely see a touch of brilliant red, like the dawn's glow, beautiful and pure. Now that I've passed the second layer, it's time for the third layer. After inspecting the progress of the Taiyuan True Method, and since this cultivation technique wasn't appropriate to be displayed here for fear of being detected by a master, he quickly ended his practice. He then practiced the Guanwu skill of the third layer, and thus the Tao breath circulation would automatically incorporate it into the cultivation, running it non-stop 24 hours a day. Chapter 292. As evening approached, Yu Hong went out again in search of food and unexpectedly received reply messages from Song Siyu, Gao Wen, and Wei Qingjun. They said they had taken down his phone number and would contact him when they had the chance. This surprised him a bit since his relationship with the three was not particularly close. He had only saved them once on Huangsong Island. Although they owed him a big favor, their relationship was not well established. However, the replies from the three of them provided Yu Hong with another channel for gathering information. So, during his beef soup noodle lunch that afternoon, Yu Hong sent out his questions to the three people while inside the restaurant. The responses came quickly. Wei Qingjun, I'm not very clear on the situation on the island. It seems that the Maritime Police Department has requested the help of Taoist sect experts to perform rites. And now it's completely locked down. No one is allowed to enter. Gao Wen, the Maritime Police have sealed off the island. I heard that Zai Palace's experts were called upon to take action. This one's definitely settled. Rest easy. By the way, do you have time to come to my company? With your skills and physique, you could easily take part in some competitions and then join in on the training. You'd definitely make money. Song Siyu. It was Elder Yang who invited the Taoist Kuchan from Zai Palace, a top-tier talent known as the Dragon of Xiangolf among the innate nine sects. He's rumored to be cultivated as the future palace master of Zai Palace. To put it simply, a big player has stepped up, an elite has taken action, so we don't need to worry anymore. It was clear that Song Siyu, with the most powerful family influence, had the most reliable information and the most detailed updates. Yu Hong continued eating his noodles while separately sending messages of thanks to each of the three. It seems that the nine sects have indeed intervened and dealt with the hidden danger on Huangsong Island. To be able to resolve a threat capable of eroding the Black Ship, indeed, the waters here are deeper than I imagined. What was the last monster to corrode the Black Ship? It was Agrius, the Dragon of Xiangolf from Prison Island. Strictly speaking, Agrius could be considered a level 9 black disaster, with both its dangerousness and threat level approaching the strongest below war level. Of course, I can't be so certain, given that the land of vitality found by the Black Ship has unpredictable levels of danger. There are creatures like Agrius, as well as those of about level 5 or 6 as seen before. After dinner, Yu Hong walked out of the beef soup restaurant and continued to inquire about things like the red plum in using his mobile phone. Now that he knew Song Siyu had the most reliable information, he skipped the mass messages and contacted only Song directly. Before long, a swift response came after he sent his questions. Song Siyu called directly. You big brother? Can you hear me? Song Siyu's clear and earnest voice came through the speaker. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, Yu Hong replied. In Taizhou, I didn't pay attention to these things before, but after encountering danger this time, my parents sought an expert in the field to explain the current situation to me in detail. What's up? There's been a significant increase in missing and murder cases in Taizhou. This is related to the terror organization and cult called the Mud Doll Sect. Mud Doll Sect? Yes, this force has been around for quite some time, but they've always kept themselves well hidden. With the situation on Huangsong Island, some suspect they're behind it. Song Siyu hadn't slacked off in learning during these past days. Does the Mud Doll Sect have any distinctive features? Yu Hong abruptly recalled the several people he saw in the alley before, including glimpses of the black tattoos on their necks. I haven't heard of any such thing. Right now, my dad has grounded me, even confiscating all my live broadcast equipment. Sigh. Song Siu said, resigned. Yu Hong offered a few words of comfort, then hung up the phone. Having confirmed his suspicions about Huangsong Island and assured that the Nine Sects did indeed have strong experts at hand, he felt more at ease. At least in this place, if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Unlike at the camp, where he supposed there was no one stronger than him in the world, he was the tall one. Now the Taiyuan True method was advancing rapidly, and the practice of the Guanwu skill had begun reaching the third layer. Everything was developing in a positive direction. As for something like the Mud Doll sect, he was already not the tall one to deal with it. Asterisk. 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 In a secluded bar in the suburbs of Taizhou, the pale green lights turned the entire bar into a sea of green. In a booth directly opposite the bar counter, 3 young men and women with dyed purple-black hair sat facing each other, casually snacking on fruits and veggies on the low table. The Taoist Ku Chan from Zai Palace of the Taoist sect has arrived. Everyone keep a low profile, don't make any big moves. A handsome short-haired man with purple earrings advised, holding a phone in one hand without lifting his head. You already reminded us yesterday, the purple-haired girl said impatiently. Say it again to reinforce it. The handsome man put down his phone and glanced at her. Can we do something big after Ku Chan leaves? The girl asked. It's better not to. Staying discreet is preferable, the man answered. Are you worried about the local Qingchan temple? No, Qingchan temple is just a bunch of fake Taoists who only care about money. They have no real skills, their Taoist skills are long neglected and in disrepair, they'd be easy to get rid of. If it weren't for the fear of the 9 sects finding out, Taizhou would have been our turf long ago. The man shook his head. What is it then? The girl frowned. 2 special envoys have come from the province, very skilled at investigating. They've already reached our peripheral low-level members and caught over 10 people. It's a thorny issue. Then just kill them. It's not that simple. They're protected by people from the Special Mission Bureau. This won't do, that won't do. So annoying. The girl couldn't help leaning back on the sofa, flailing her hands in the air. The sect hierarch means that we need to find an opportunity to control them, we can't kill. Killing will definitely draw the people from the 9 sects. This has to be handled delicately. The man said gravely. It's from there that there's been contact with the sect hierarch again, right? The previously silent man spoke up. Perhaps. I'm not sure. But right now everyone is waiting for the right moment. The handsome man replied. What a hassle. The voices quieted down, and the 3 stopped talking. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Early October. Taizhou was entering autumn. Leaves were falling along the streets. A vision of withered yellow. Inside Qingchan Temple, a new group of Golden Jade class students had once again formed. Yu Hong and Guoshangdong, not far away, watched a new batch of newcomers receive their introductory guidance while dressed in their Taoist robes. At this moment, the autumn air was clear and refreshing, with the sun seeming bright but carrying little warmth. It slanted from above the courtyard of the Taoist temple, casting a bright light everywhere. Brother Yu, how is your practice with the Guanwu skill coming along? Guoshangdong whispered as he watched. Not good. I find this Taoist skill very challenging. Yu Hong shook his head, a troubled look on his face. He has been here for 2 months now, and the initial layers were quite simple. But he's been stuck on the 5th layer for a week already. Still, not a single move forward. Master said it's normal to feel it's difficult. In the process of cultivating the Guanwu skill, the most important thing is not to be impatient, sighed Guoshangdong. From what I've gathered, the stronger a person's willpower is, the easier it is for them to complete the first step of condensing. Once the condensing is complete, as long as you successfully defeat it, you can break through. But an elder told me, the fear illusion that is condensed, its physical condition surpasses one's own. Defeating it is anything but easy. He had barely managed to enter the gateway in these past few days, condensing out the illusion of the first layer, only to be miserably defeated by it. Have you heard about any magic outside of the Taoist skills? Yu Hong asked softly. Magic? Like handprints, dog blood, chicken blood, 100-year-old peach with sword, that sort of thing. Guoshangdong blinked. I did ask about that, but the elder said without a foundation in Taoist skills, using magic is useless. It won't have any effect even if you use it. Are you guys talking about magic? Sun Yang joined in from the side, smiling eagerly. Sun Yang's senior sister, come and give us 2 new juniors a lecture. Guoshangdong promptly invited her to join the casual conversation. If it's good, we'll treat you to a meal at Hualing Restaurant. You said it. Sun Yang immediately got excited. If you want to learn magic, you must at least have mastered the first level of Taoist skills because all types of magic ultimately aim to facilitate calling forth the fear illusion we've overcome in the face of danger and commanding it to crush the threat. In short, use my fear to make the opponent also fearful, thus losing their will to fight. That's so mysterious? Guoshangdong exclaimed. Senior sister, can the fear illusion really be summoned? Yes, but others can't see it, only you can. Simply put, it's you practicing until you hallucinate, and then using that illusion to overcome unknown threats. Of course, in practical application, it's mainly against those ethereal threats. If you expect it to block knives and bullets for you, forget about it, Sun Yang said with a laugh. You can explain it like this? Guoshangdong was surprised. Of course, an illusion you can control at will is called Taoist skills. An illusion you can't control that attacks you and affects your mental state is called a mental illness, summarized Sun Yang. Yu Hong looked slightly odd from the side. Having practiced up to the 5th layer, he indeed felt just as Sun Yang described. His condition was roughly the same. So this way, we can't run up walls and fly across rooftops like martial arts masters? Guoshangdong continued to inquire. We're not training in martial arts, but it's still necessary to exercise. Didn't they teach us a set of 7-feather fist during the morning exercises? That's to promote blood circulation and stretch tendons and muscles. What era is it now that you still want to train in martial arts? Have you heard the saying, no matter how high your martial arts are, a gun brings you down? Sun Yang said with a mischievous smile. Ah, and here I was fantasizing for a long time, Guoshangdong sighed. So that means all Taoist skills are about training the mind? Yu Hong couldn't help but cut in. Definitely. With guns around, why use a knife? Wouldn't you be scared of a beyond visual range blast that could blow you away? Sun Yang energetically waved her little fists as if it were obvious. That's also true.
Yu Hong nodded understandingly.
Our temple's Taoist skills are still quite good. The Taoist skills of the 9 sects are really outrageous. Those who train to the higher levels, each one looks a bit inhuman. That aura, simply standing anywhere with their power released, feels like they could cleanse someone's body and soul completely. Seriously outrageous. Sun Yang used outrageous twice to express her shock. Then in our temple, who has the highest level of Guanwu skill? Yu Hong asked again. Who knows about that? Just focus on your own practice. Unless you say it, no one will know at what level you are. If your practice goes awry, just get medicine to save yourself. The elders don't usually ask either. I only know that official disciples must at least complete 1 layer. The rest, I'm not sure about, Sun Yang whispered. 1 layer. Yu Hong shook his head inwardly. Isn't that something anyone can achieve with just hands? Chapter 293. It's too hard. Guoshangdong couldn't help but sigh. It feels like defeating the illusion is an endless journey. It's okay. It's always like this in the beginning. Sun Yang understood and patted his shoulder. You're already doing very well. Many people can't reach your level in a year. There are also those who regress in their Taoist skills after their mindset falls. Yu Hong didn't know what to say. He just felt that standing together with the 2 of them didn't seem quite right. Moreover, from Sun Yang's words, he felt that the corruption in Qingchen Temple seemed to be more serious than he imagined. The Guanwu skill, a Taoist skill that demands a strict mindset, could generally be judged by one's mental state when practiced well. And it's very likely that many mentors in the temple are no longer able to maintain their initial mental resolve. A decline in Taoist skills seems to be the norm. Soon after, 4 members of the Tao Seed class, led by Zheng Ming, also arrived. For young Taoists, dressed neatly and with a detached demeanor, attracting quite a few glances as they entered. Then, the remaining senior disciples of the Golden Jade class also gradually arrived. Finally, there were many pilgrims gathered around to watch the excitement. Although I informed everyone in advance, only half of the Golden Jade class could come, but even half is quite a lot, Guoshangdong whispered to Yu Hong. Indeed, quite a few. Yu Hong looked around at the now dozen or so people beside him, noting that the Golden Jade class had accumulated quite a number of disciples over the years. When the number of people from the Golden Jade class increased to 21, it looked like a dense crowd. The temple's backyard became more and more lively. These people appeared to have diverse dispositions, seemingly from all sorts of professions, ranging in age from teenagers to those in their 40s. Everyone changed into gray Taoist robes, forming small groups and quietly discussing topics of interest. The disciples had almost all arrived, followed by the middle-level managers, the managing Taoists. They were divided into various roles like chanting Taoists, discipline Taoists, music Taoists, and registry Taoists. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the mentors entered. Real people Umo, Yu Fong, and Yu Zhong have arrived. The chanting Taoist began his job loudly, holding a small emperor bell in his hand, which he gently tapped. Ding! At the sound of the bell, everyone's spirit was lifted. 3 old Taoists, supported by young Taoist apprentices, slowly entered and took their respective seats. Everyone hurriedly paid their respects to the 3. Qingchan Temple, the regular internal competition, officially begins. Among the old Taoists, Taoist Umo stood up and recited the opening words loudly. On this occasion of welcoming the new class, this internal competition not only showcases the style of Qingchan Temple's younger generation, but also allows everyone to have a clear understanding and comparison of their own abilities. Actually, this internal ranking is equivalent to the commission ranking outside. Guoshangdong whispered to Yu Hong below. It can be like that? Yu Hong was speechless. Was everything really just about money? Deliberately holding an internal competition to showcase one's strength and then setting public prices to earn extra money for the disciples? Next were the magic demonstrations by the Tao Seed class, led by the so-called 2 geniuses, including the always cold-faced, handsome Taoist who seemed to consider talking to anyone a waste of his time. He quickly went up and soon a patient, allegedly possessed by evil, was brought to the scene. I'm in so much pain. Who is cutting my flesh? Who is it? Get out! The patient was tied to a metal stretcher, still struggling frantically as he was brought in. His eyes bloodshot and tears streaming down. Don't worry. Your pain will soon be relieved. Zheng Ming took a few steps forward, standing beside his stretcher and placed his hand on the patient's forehead. Like an electric shock, the patient suddenly stiffened, then slowly closed his eyes, his expression softened, and then he just fell asleep. Right in front of at least 40 or 50 people, he fell asleep. To a thundering round of applause. The watching crowd of pilgrims, mostly older folks, applauded enthusiastically, giving him face. After witnessing the treatment, they loudly praised and commended it. Some even called out Zheng Ming's nickname, as expected of the jade-faced Taoist Lord Zheng Ming. Truly remarkable. Zheng Ming's face slightly reddened, pretending not to hear, but his gaze became even colder. He bowed to the surrounding crowd and the mentors and then stepped back. The case stage ends. Next is the internal ranking. This time, we start with the junior disciples of the Golden Jade class. The assessment method will be a display of Taoist skills, and our sect's Taoist skills, due to special reasons, have a very unique assessment method. The assessing Taoist said loudly. He stepped back, opening the door to a large room. The method is, after entering the combat room, to engage in one-on-one freehand combat, teaching the junior disciples the 7-feather fist in attack and defense. The winner proceeds to the next round. Upon hearing this, the members of the Golden Jade class looked at each other. Did I hear that our way of cultivation involves assessment by literally fighting each other now? A female disciple from the Golden Jade class, clearly a newcomer, couldn't help but ask quietly. No one responded, even though many shared the same confusion, but since the sex rules had set it this way, they would follow suit. Ding Ro, watch me this time. Guoshangdong felt confident upon hearing this assessment method. He patted Yu Hong's arm. Your muscles are all show. They look big, but are actually useless. If you can't handle it later, just shout to give up. Got it? I'll go up and avenge you after. Yeah. Yu Hong had no words to respond, just nodded to manage the other's mood. As after all, it was meant kindly. Although he didn't know why it was like this, but it seemed that Taoist cultivation couldn't be assessed. It had to be observed through other means, for a simple judgment. After all, a person's spiritual willpower couldn't truly be measured without an extreme environment. Before long, Taoist Umo and the other two old Taoists took their seats in the main area and began watching the combat. The Golden Jade class will first determine the top 3 winners and rank them, before the top 3 challenge the Tao Seed class. Alright, begin now. Umo gently sipped his wolfberry tea and gave the order. The challenge officially begins. The top 3 from Golden Jade class will receive an Anze talisman each and an amulet each. The overall top 3 will receive a custom-made Tao artifact each. The announcing Taoist explained loudly. Soon, the registering Taoist called up competitors according to the rankings of the Golden Jade class, one by one. The first match, Ding Shan versus Ding Hai. 2 young men and women, completely lacking the temperament of Taoists, entered. The 2 were of different heights. The taller one had a face full of freckles, fierce in demeanor. The shorter one, looking confused, had twin ponytails. As soon as they entered, the door was closed. The freckled man suddenly made a move, taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, aiming a punch at the back of the twin ponytails. Snap! His punch was dodged, parried to the side by twin ponytails, hitting the air. Though the punch did not succeed, it did manage to annoy the surrounding audience. People began to cheer from behind the latticed windows, hoping for the freckled man to be defeated soon. Soon after, the 2 distanced themselves and each performed the 7-feather fist. The 7-feather fist, when performed slowly, made beautiful and soothing movements, like 7 different styles of flying birds fluttering their arms. But now, in real combat, performed quickly, it appeared as graceful as a dance, with an additional mystical feel of a ritual. The audience enjoyed it immensely. Eventually, after a 2-minute chase, twin ponytails won, knocking the freckled man to the ground with a punch. As she raised her hands, out of breath, and exited, the crowd applauded her. Though Yu Hong also clapped, he felt something. No wonder it was rehearsed, indeed good. This effect. Sun Yang muttered nearby, and it was heard by him directly. Yu Hong, with a peculiar expression, looked at the excited onlookers outside and suddenly understood something. Second match, Ding Kun versus Ding Yen. Soon, the announcer's voice rang out again. The second pair of Taoists entered the large room, this time 2 attractive women from the Golden Jade class, one voluptuous and the other pure. The fight garnered even more interest from the audience outside. More and more onlookers gathered. Especially when there were accidental flashes of spring views during the fight, the cheers surged wave after wave. Yu Hong, seeing Guoshangdong equally engrossed, shook his head, understanding what was going on. As time passed, match after match proceeded. Not all were staged. Some real confrontations were mixed in, until the 8th match began. 8th match, Ding Ro versus Ding Zhong. Amidst the chanting, Yu Hong slowly entered the room, waving his hand at Guoshangdong, who was cheering for him behind. Squeak! A sound. The door closed. He walked to the spot marked on the floor for confrontation, turned around and looked at his opponent. It was Ding Zhong standing there, a well-built, broad-shouldered, and flat-headed middle-aged man. His physique was robust and muscular, clearly someone who exercised regularly, evident even through his Taoist robe. Greetings. The opponent raised his palm in a salute. Greetings. Yu Hong returned the gesture. Apparently, for the sake of visual balance, they had arranged 2 disciples who appeared similarly built together. But as for his classmates in the Golden Jade class, even if they were senior students who joined the class earlier, Yu Hong was less enthusiastic. No matter how powerful the Guanwu skill and Seven Feather Fist were, what could practicing for just a short time achieve? Let's end it quickly. He was too lazy to act. Puff. The door closed, marking the start of the fight. At the moment when the wooden door shut, Yu Hong stepped forward, making only the faintest of sounds, and in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Ding Zhong. A side palm strike hitting the waist. Bang! The attack came too quickly, so much so that Ding Zhong didn't manage to react. It was clear he had some training, but... Ah! He screamed, fell to the ground clutching his waist, unable to get up. Ding Ro wins, the announcing Taoist declared. It's another sneak attack. It's not proper martial ethics. Shouldn't they have assumed a stance first? This man lacks martial ethics, despite having such a big stature. Yu Hong, listening to the noisy complaints of the audience outside, was at a loss for words. Was that really a sneak attack? He had already slowed down his speed considerably, but the opponent just couldn't react. What could he do? After exiting the room, he returned to the side of Guoshangdong, who looked reticent and odd, and quietly stood there, continuing to watch the fights. Chapter 294. One battle settled it all, and soon, it was time for the second round of selection battles, where all the winners from the Golden Jade class would continue to fight each other to decide the final top three. Guoshangdong admitted defeat helplessly after being kicked in the abdomen by a female disciple who looked pitifully delicate in the first round. Afterward, he kept insisting that he let her win because he was swayed by her beauty and fell victim to the illusion technique. He claimed that her Taoist skills were too strong, scaring him stiff, and soon after he went to ask the girl for her contact information. Yu Hong had no comment to that. After a few uninteresting fights, Yu Hong entered his second match, deliberately slowing down his pace, waiting for his opponent to get ready before making a move. But he was still accused of sneak attacking simply because even at a slower pace he was still much faster than the opponent, instantly running behind them and kicking, ending the battle in a flash, utterly lacking any spectacle. When you slowed down you were still a bit too fast. Guoshangdong couldn't help but finally speak out when Yu Hong came off the stage. These are dead muscles. The speed of burst is also dead, not good. Yu Hong shook his head, sighing. Ah? Even speed can be dead? Guoshangdong looked perplexed. Not far away, Umo, who was next to Sun Yang, lowered her head and couldn't help but shrug her shoulders a few times, seemingly laughing. Obviously, she had heard their conversation. But after only a few chuckles, she was stopped by Umo. Umo looked at Yu Hong, but her expression remained unchanged and quite calm. The ranking of the Golden Jade class was quickly determined. Yu Hong deservedly ranked first, as he finished his fights the fastest and won every match. The ones who followed were Ding Zhong and Ding Yun. Ding Zhong was the person who had fought him in the beginning, another muscular man, while Ding Yun looked like a tomboyish short-haired girl, with military-like vigor in every move of her fists. Next, after settling the ranks of the Golden Jade class, we will begin with the top three challenging the 4 Dao Seeds of the Dao Seed class, starting with the 4th Dao Seed, Zhang Hong. Will the 3 challengers take the challenge? Yes. Yu Hong nodded firmly. He had long been wanting to see for himself just how strong these Taoist sect elites, raised from a young age, really were. After all, this is the same world that has always suppressed the Black Disaster from erupting, and in this respect it might be much stronger than Yi's side. Therefore, he was also very curious about the strength of these elites. After confirming the battle, there was a break in the middle of the venue. The 3 Taoists, including Umo, also started discussing quietly. Ding Ro must have trained well in combat sports, strong and pretty impressive when moving. Pure combat skills give her an advantage, Umo whispered. But just being good at combat is not enough. You have to express the essence chi and mental strength of Seven Feather Fist, and your willpower otherwise, facing evil resentful marks. No matter how capable you are, you might be possessed and turned into a puppet. Yu Fong, the Taoist next to her, gently shook his head. Indeed, and Zheng Hong from the Dao Seed class has also undergone specialized training. His physical fitness is strong, and he has engaged in practical battles against resentful marks. His moves are in a different league from the others. This time, Ding Rou will likely lose quickly. Yu Zhong, another Taoist, analyzed. Indeed, sparring is not just mere fighting, but also about mastering Seven Feather Fist. If the mastery is poor, you'll be intimidated before throwing a punch, creating a heart of fear. By then, you may only be able to exert half of your full strength. Umo nodded in agreement. He felt that he was not wrong. Yu Hong was just lucky at the beginning with a good timing for a sneak attack. Those muscles were indeed dead, very strong but not flexible. Once he encounters an opponent that's sufficiently agile, their shortcomings will be fully revealed. On the other side, the three from the Dao Seed class also started discussing quietly. Ding Rou indeed has some skills. Not sure if Zhang Hong can finish the battle quickly as always. A female disciple whispered. No need to worry. Ding Rou's muscles are big but they are rigid. He is strong in a straight line, but with a slight redirection, his weaknesses will be exposed. With Zhang Hong's strength, all he needs is a slight dodge to easily defeat him. Zhang Ming, currently the top of the Dao Seed class, also gave his comments. That makes sense. Big Brother still has a keen insight, instantly spotting the biggest difference between the two. The other two kept agreeing. At this moment, Yu Hong and the other side's Zhang Hong have started to enter the stage. Daoist Zhang Hong had a well-proportioned body with clear muscle lines, and his steps were light and powerful, exuding a clear and lofty temperament like high mountains and flowing water, naturally appealing to others. Yu Hong, on the other hand, was a massive man 2 meters tall. His muscles stretched the Daoist robe tight over his body. His face not as handsome as his opponent's, with a freshly buzzed crew cut and a face full of tough flesh, exuding a suffocating aura like a raw, muscular devil. Both stood at their respective positions, waiting for the Taoist announcing the fight to introduce them. Like you, spending so much time and effort in the gym to build up muscles, it's actually pointless, Zhang Hong said to Yu Hong. As for us who practice diligently every day, training all over the body with pile-standing skills to make the muscles groups flexible, and having the agility to create distance, only then can we unleash greater destructive power when the distance allows us to accelerate. Today, since everyone is here and the teacher has also asked me to demonstrate to the Golden Jade class the proper way to practice and fight with true Seven Feather Fist.
Yuong.
Seeing that Yu Hong didn't react, Zhang Hong paused and continued. Looking at your previous moves, they were straightforward. Fast, yet lacking in fluidity and the agility of a bird soaring. If you don't believe it, let's test it now. He beckoned to Yu Hong. The gap between us is actually much bigger than you think. So, to demonstrate the difference in level, I'll stand right here, you throw a punch at me with all your might, and do you believe that I can defuse that punch and then easily bump you flying out? Could this be too dangerous? Yu Hong wanted to say more but hesitated. Don't worry, let alone you beginners. Once when I was in a state of deep contemplation and movement, I went to a nearby boxing gym to have some fun. I encountered a provincial champion from 2009. I let him punch me with all his might, and he agreed. As a result, when he threw the punch, I caught it single-handed in midair and stopped it before he could even finish the punch, Zhang Hong said confidently. Then punch after punch, they were all intercepted just like that. Afterwards, he was convinced. He kneeled on the spot and wanted to become my disciple, to learn the orthodox Seven Feather Fist. I didn't agree. After all, our Taoist sect's secret fist technique requires a serious and sincere trial to become a disciple and exhibit enough sincerity. All right, we can start now. Zhang Hong, be mindful to restrain your strength. Don't injure disciple Ding Rou. When disciples spar, they should stop at a touch. Umo spoke indifferently. Yes, master. No need to worry. Zhang Hong nodded. Previously, a wrestler bigger than disciple Ding Rou tried to throw me, but I could stand on one leg and remain unmoved. As for the disciple's strength and speed, they are far from that wrestler. It's probably difficult for him even to make me take a step back. He pondered for a moment. Given the huge gap in our strength and the worry of bullying the weak, I'll just stand still. If disciple can make me take one step back, I'll count it as a loss. How about that? Yu Hong didn't know what to say. The contest officially begins. The Taoist's voice rang out loudly. Inside the big room, Zhang Hong stood tall and motionless, his hands hanging down, his knees slightly bent, and his eyes seemingly closed, quietly standing in place. "Come on, disciple, throw a punch at my chest. Don't worry about accidents," he said calmly and forcefully, with a convincing quality to his voice. "Then, I won't hold back." Yu Hong hesitated for a moment but decided to trust the other party, thinking that being able to resist Black Disaster for so long meant that he must have some substantial skills. "Don't worry." Bang! A shadow flashed, and Zhang Hong fell backwards. His body heavily hit the floor, bounced once, and then completely lay flat, unresponsive. Both eyes wide open, limbs sprawled out, not moving, with pupils dilated showing he was knocked out. Silence. A quiet silence. Yu Hong slowly withdrew his fist, staring at the fallen opponent. For a moment he was a bit stunned. Did he just knock out his opponent with a single punch? Outside the big room, the spectating Golden Jade class, Dao Seed class, and 3 teachers from the Yu generation were all staring wide-eyed at this scene. Not only them, even the onlookers who were there for the excitement had their chatter cease suddenly at this point. Everyone was completely unprepared for the situation to develop in such a dramatic manner. "It's not my fault. He told me to punch," Yu Hong said speechlessly. He really, truly only used a tiny bit of strength, just the amount he would use when scrubbing off dead skin in a bath, thinking to test the waters first, then gradually apply more force, but... "Quick! Save him! Brother Zhang Hong! He seems to be not breathing." And more. "Quickly perform CPR. Press on the chest. Hurry. Emergency resuscitation. Quick. Grab a hot towel. Call for emergency services. What are you waiting for?" A bunch of people hurriedly scrambled into the room, surrounding Zhang Hong with various operations. UMO and the 3 other teachers from the Yu generation watched Zhang Hong for a while, then turned their gaze to Yu Hong, who wore a helpless face. What's all this about?" UMO banged on the armrest of his chair, his face showing a headache. "Disciple Ding Ro's physique, is it really that strong? Just one punch and the person is knocked out?" One of the Taoists, Yu Fong, couldn't help saying. "Isn't it? I've seen Zhang Hong in action before. His strength is actually one of the best among the disciples. It's just that I didn't expect him to encounter someone this tough this time." The third Taoist, Yu Zhong, agreed, his face also full of speechlessness. Looking at it, Golden Jade class still has some substance. Although the overall quality is not as good as Dao Seed class. Occasionally there is a good seedling like Ding Ro. Yu Fong nodded. It seemed incredible to him that Golden Jade class could produce a seed that could knock down someone from Dao Seed class. Sigh. It can't be said that way. It should be that Zhang Hong was careless and didn't use his powers. The true strength and quality of Dao Seed class hasn't been shown. UMO quickly gave face to Dao Seed class. As he said that, he also glanced at Yu Hong, not expecting the young man to move so fast. Zhang Hong didn't even get the chance to use his skills before being hit. Logically speaking, with those bulky muscles, he shouldn't be so agile, right? He was dumbfounded. Zhang Ming and the other 3 from Dao Seed class were even more dumbstruck by that punch. Watching the hectic rescue scene on the field, the 3 were dazed for a moment. "Zhang Hong, what happened?" Zhang Ming said with an ugly expression. Could it be that he was not careful with his essence chi and got the wind knocked out of him temporarily? His 7-feather fist has reached the feather robe realm capable of naturally dodging and deflecting. How could he be knocked out with one punch? Chapter 295. It's possible he was short of breath. Zhang Hong talks too much, and I guess he was still trying to catch his breath when he got ambushed. This time he made a fool of himself, got knocked out by a junior from the Golden Jade class, and will be laughed at forever, Zhang Xia sneered. He was too careless. Zhang Ming nodded, accepting this guess. Don't be careless later. As soon as you get on stage, take it seriously. Win back the face we lost. Okay, leave it to me. Zhang Hong was too careless. Zhang Xia nodded. I'm not as careless as he is. Soon, Zheng Hong was sent to the hospital, and Yu Hong stepped up to face the second seed from the Dao seed class, Zheng Xia. First of all, I'm not as easy to ambush as Zheng Hong. You just got lucky with him. But now, your luck has run out, Zheng Xia said loudly, assuming a fighting stance.
Yong.
Asterisk, he was already too tired to argue. The strength of the Dao seed class really gave him a bit of a headache. It was better to finish this quickly. Asterisk. Let me show you one of the true secret techniques when the seven-feather fist is mastered. At this moment, Zheng Xia's body began to shake slightly. This shaking stabilized again after 2 seconds, as if it hadn't continued. However, Yu Hong, with his keen eyesight, could see that her shaking hadn't stopped but had increased in speed and frequency, making it look as if she wasn't moving at all from a distance. See, this is the feather robe realm. Once I start moving, any approaching attack will be evaded first. If it can't be evaded, most of the force will be disarmed, making it easily deflectable, Zheng Xia said proudly. Zheng Hong was just too careless, allowing you to get close with your speed and knocked out with one punch. But Bam! Before she could finish speaking, her right cheek was struck squarely by a punch. The feather robe realms dodged tremor, although desperately trying to lessen the force. Still, the force remaining wasn't something Zheng Xia could withstand. A dull thud sounded. Her facial muscles were squeezed and twisted, her whole body trembling violently as she was knocked down to the ground, her head feeling a bit dizzy. This isn't even the seven-feather fist, she screamed shrilly. Yu Hong did not argue. Indeed, while other seven-feather fist was like fluttering wings, graceful and fairy-like, his seven-feather fist was like 7 dump trucks swinging their doors, looking down on the ground to see who ran fastest. If they were slow, a door would be slammed down. The style difference was extremely apparent. Sigh! On the main seat, Umo and the other two were stunned again. This time, they were truly speechless, only able to sigh deeply. Before the fight, who could have predicted Ding Ro's combat strength would be this formidable in power and speed? Was that really the seven-feather fist he used? Yu Zhong asked in a low voice. Haven't you seen it after all these years of training? Yu Fong rolled his eyes at him in disbelief. It's the seven-feather fist. The moves are correct. It's just that his speed is fast and he's immensely strong. Umo, your disciple is something. Was he professionally trained in combat before? Yu Montak. Asterisk he thought back to when he was patting Yu Hong's arm, calling it muscle of death. Now, looking at the disciples knocked to the ground one after another, his face felt like it was burning with embarrassment. Asterisk. Umo, this won't do if it continues. The Dao seed class can't keep losing. If they lose completely, where will our Qingchen temple's face go? If word spreads that our elite disciples, nurtured since childhood, were easily defeated by an outsider who just joined and is apparently good at fighting, it would challenge our ranking and valuation. Yu Fong explained in a low voice to Umo. What do you think we should do? Umo understood this well too. Tell Ding Ro to lose the next match, Yu Fong whispered even lower. Otherwise, look at a few of the important patrons who previously supported Zheng Xia. Upon hearing this, Umo looked over and saw that those patrons had unpleasant expressions and were still whispering among themselves. Got it. Yu Fong continued. If this happens among our long-trained Dao seed class members, no problem, no one would object. But now, Ding Ro, a newcomer of only 3 months without much training, is defeating our elites with just speed and strength. Won't outsiders think that Qingchen Temple is weak rather than Ding Ro being strong? Umo and Yu Zhong nodded slightly, understanding the point. So now, there's only one solution. On one hand, elevate Ding Ro, recognizing him as a genius, while on the other hand, elevate the Dao seed to make sure they win the next match beautifully to restore face. Yu Fong spoke solemnly. The other two nodded deeply upon hearing his words. At this time, Yu Hong was ready to begin the third challenge. He was offstage resting, drinking water, eating sweets, and sitting on a wooden chair. Ding Ro, you actually won again? Guo Shangdong approached with a peculiar expression, hands behind his back. I find it strange too. Didn't expect to win so easily. Yu Hong shook his head, showing a confused expression. He wondered how such weak strength could have dealt with those terrifying and strange resentful marks incidents. Could it be that it was all talk? Indeed, logically, the Dao Seed class shouldn't perform this poorly. Guoshangdong nodded, agreeing with this. It wasn't just them. Everyone else from the Golden Jade class was getting a bit uneasy. They initially joined in hopes of protection, believing that Qingchen Temple had strength to offer. Now, Ding Rou, a new recruit of just under 3 months, had easily defeated 2 Dao Seed class elites. If the elites were this weak, what protection could they realistically offer them? Was there any point in having the prestigious Golden Jade class status even? You see, the atmosphere's a bit off, Guoshangdong whispered softly. Yu Hong nodded, sensing the same thing. But actually, he felt that Zheng Xia still showcased something. Her whole body trembled seemingly for no reason. But in truth, his punches slipped off very slightly. It was just so minor he barely noticed. But if it were an ordinary person, maybe... I think the Dao Seed class still has something. Just now. Yu Hong was about to explain when he suddenly saw Sun Yang walking over to him. The other person moved Guoshangdong and the others away, then whispered as he got close. Ding Rou, Master Umo asked me to deliver a message. Lose the next round for the sake of appearances. There will be adequate compensation afterward. Yu Hong was speechless. According to the cultivation technique, Qingchen Temple definitely had real skills, but after a moment of silence and under the increasingly tense gazes from Sun Yang and the 3 from the Yu generation, he finally nodded. Sun Yang breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to report, leaving Yu Hong and Guoshangdong standing there with complex expressions. Dang. 3rd Dao Seed Challenge. Ding Rou versus Zheng Shi. Prepare to enter. The Taoist announced loudly, catching everyone's attention. Yu Hong and Zheng Shi, the second in the Dao Seed class, entered the large room together. Please. Zheng Shi glanced over at Master Umo, exchanged looks, and having received prior advice, felt much more at ease. Watching Yu Hong's continuous performances, especially in his previous fight against Zheng Xia where he broke the Feather Robe Realm with a single punch, really scared him. He was just a bit stronger than Zheng Xia, not much difference, but he too was in the Feather Robe Realm. If they were to really fight, he didn't think he'd stand a chance. But now, the room doors closed quietly. Right away, Yu Hong advanced again, quickly throwing punches. Zheng Shi met the move, countered, but was blocked. The two exchanged blows at a breathtaking speed, making it look like a fierce, evenly matched battle. Zheng Shi only felt the speed was hitting his ultimate limit. Just a bit faster, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Furthermore, his attacks were just right, at the angles and timing most convenient for him to intercept. It was rather enjoyable to fight like this. He didn't have to worry about much, only about making his moves look good, fast, and powerful. During a minute of intense sparring sounds, Yu Hong, momentarily inattentive and gasping for breath, was out of stamina and got hit on the shoulder, stumbling and admitting defeat. Zheng Shi extended his hand, helped him up, and together they smiled and saluted the crowd. Though Yu Hong lost, the attention he received afterward far exceeded what he had before. Many eyes continuously turned to him, from both Qingchen Temple and the outside audience and patrons. The last match had Zheng Shi facing the strongest genius, Zheng Ming, and Zheng Shi was effortlessly knocked to the ground by a punch and couldn't get up. The two fully demonstrated the strength and demeanor of Zheng Ming, the top genius in the Dao Seed. Through this internal competition, the Dao Seed class managed to save face to some extent. When dispersing, everyone was extremely focused on the dark horse Yu Hong, who suddenly emerged. As they each left, they whispered and discussed with great interest. Yu Hong, meanwhile, was called to the quiet room in the backyard by Sun Yang. Creak. The wooden door softly creaked as it closed gently after Yu Hong entered. Inside the quiet room, not only were Umo, Yu Zhong, and Yufang present but also the first genius, Zhang Ming, who had just cemented his position in the final battle. The four of them looked over the moment Yu Hong walked in, their gazes fixed on him at the entrance. "He's here. You can discuss what to do among yourselves," Yufang said sternly. "What do they mean?" Yu Hong squinted at them, noticing that Zhang Ming looked a bit unpleasant, while Master Umo and the other two appeared displeased as if a bit angered. "Master Tu Shishu and Senior Zhang Ming, why was Ding Ro called here? Is there something going on?" he asked respectfully. "Junior brother Ding Ro, the earlier comparison outdoors doesn't count. Here, in front of the three masters, you and I will have a solo match. Can we?" Zhang Ming asked earnestly. "Well?" Yu Hong immediately looked at Umo. The latter shook his head. "Mere combat and grappling abilities don't prove anything. When faced with something like a resentful mark, relying on fists isn't effective. Fighting ability is just part of the puzzle, not the whole. Zhang Ming, there's no need to be overly concerned about this," Umo explained. "Exactly, Zhang Ming, you're too fixated. The reason we hold internal competitions is because Taoist skills can't prominently display differences through external indicators. If you can pretend, you can claim to be at any level, as the fear illusion of the Guanwu skill is only visible to you. But this practical combat ability is very direct and allows the outside patrons to clearly see our Qingchen Temple's strength," Yu Zhong explained. "Yes, indeed. Driving away resentful marks is still reliant on Taoist skills. I just happen to be a bit good at fighting, but when it comes to resentful marks, I'm far behind you, senior brother." Yu Hong also chimed in. Chapter 296. However, Zhang Ming wanted to speak again, but Umo interrupted him. "There are no buts, Zhang Ming. In reality, when considering pure combat abilities, our judgment is that you two should be evenly matched. But the current issue is, if you can't win swiftly, it will damage the reputation of the temple and hurt the business of our shops everywhere. Thus, you and Ding Ro cannot act. Even if you do, Ding Ro must lose," Umo quickly said. Zhang Ming's face turned red with embarrassment as he looked towards Yu Hong. Yu Hong nodded at him in agreement. "That's the way it is. Don't you care about your own victory or defeat?" Zhang Ming couldn't help but ask. "I have compensation, so why should I care? I'm not here just to practice fighting but to learn the real deal. Victory or defeat doesn't matter," Yu Hong said, waving his hand casually. Even the person concerned didn't care, which left Zhang Ming somewhat at a loss. In the end, he stood frozen in place for a moment, then let out a long sigh and disconsolately walked out of the quiet room, leaving Yu Hong and three masters inside. "All right, now that he's gone, Ding Ro, you cooperated well this time. Your performance was very good. As your master, not being able to provide you with enough fairness during critical moments is my mistake," Umo sighed. "But for the sake of the bigger picture, for the whole Qingchen Temple, we have no choice. Master, you're taking it too seriously. It was what Ding Ro should do," Yu Hong earnestly said. "Fortunately, even though fairness is hard to achieve, as your master, I can still manage enough compensation," Umo said, pinching his beard with a smile on his face. "Tell me, what compensation or reward do you want? We'll try our best to fulfill it." Although he felt a bit embarrassed about the harsh words he had said earlier, after all, it was his own disciple. To randomly invest resources and, by chance, come across a good seedling, he could develop it as the temple's face during ordinary times. After all, most ordinary people can't see how powerful your Taoist cultivation is, but fighting abilities and practical combat capabilities are rather self-evident. Now that a promising young talent has emerged from the Golden Jade class, it also reflects well on Umo, so his attitude towards him is quite accommodating. As for the compensation, Yu Hong pondered a while. Disciple would like to get an early exposure to the application of Taoist magic. After all, Disciple came here for this. Magic? Have you entered the threshold of Taoist skills? Umo's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly asked. Not just him, but the other two, Yu Zhong and Yu Fang, who had been relaxing and ready to start eating the fruits and seeds in front of them. All paused their movements and looked over upon hearing this. I have entered the threshold. It felt quite easy at the beginning, but then I hit a wall and couldn't make it past. I was actually hoping to consult my masters on how to break through, Yu Hong earnestly said. You've entered the threshold. With just that, your talent is considered average, but if we add your formidable combat prowess, you're a truly good seedling, Umo exclaimed, his face visibly showing pleasure, and his eyes seemed to start shining. The other two were nodding in agreement. That's impressive. Not bad. Not bad. It indeed is great fortune for our Qingchen Temple this year to have another promising talent. All right, Ding Ro, tell us, what exactly are you stuck on? The three of us here can solve a thing or two for you easily, Umo said with a relaxed smile. Yes. Yu Hong nodded. It's about when I chant and silently recite scriptures. The issue of overlapping phonetic sounds arises. The annotations say that 2 sounds need to be produced simultaneously, and in some parts, even 3 sounds at once. Disciple doesn't know how to resolve this. Producing 2 sounds simultaneously and 3 sounds simultaneously, that's easy. You just need to find the appropriate Dao artifact, and while silently reciting, lightly tap it, and you can. Suddenly, Umo's voice stopped abruptly. His smile rapidly froze, and his eyes turned to Yu Hong's cheek. Wait, isn't this content from the 5th layer? The other 2 old Taoists also realized this by now. They looked at Yu Hong with odd expressions on their faces. This is Guanwu skill's 5th layer phenomena of producing 2 sounds simultaneously. Ding Ro, in practicing cultivation, one must not overreach. Otherwise, if the foundation is not solid, facing great tribulations in the future, it can be harmful to oneself and others, Yu Zhong couldn't help advising. But disciple really feels like I have cultivated to the 5th layer. I just need to condense and defeat the fear illusion, layer by layer. It was quite easy at the beginning, Yu Hong said seriously. The quiet room quietened down for a moment. Umo and the 2 others exchanged glances, falling into silence. The testing of Taoist skills is often not quantifiable, unless a resentful mark appears for him to try. Otherwise, others can't see how many illusions Ding Ro can summon. Furthermore, theoretically speaking, it's indeed possible for someone like Yu Hong, who not only has exceptional talent but also has an immensely tenacious willpower, to quickly progress through the Guanwu skill, theoretically making it possible to burst through 4 layers and get stuck on the 5th layer. But the chances of that are incredibly slim. More likely, another explanation had a much higher probability. Breaking through the 5th layer. Yu Zhong, you have more experience in this area. Why don't you have a look? Umo couldn't help but turn to his junior brother, Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong couldn't remember when he broke through the 5th layer. It was many years ago. His highest cultivation reached the 7th layer, which was also the record in the temple, but now, after years of diminishing willpower, he had regressed layer by layer and was no longer able to control the fear illusions of the 7th layer. At most, he could summon the 6th layer. Never mind, I'll do it. Seeing him like that, Umo knew he must have largely forgotten about this area. Left with no choice, he had to personally inquire about the details. Time slowly passed by, and after more than half an hour, in the quiet room, the 3 old Taoists looked at each other, all silent as they stared at Yu Hong. It all matches up, Umo said in a low voice. It seems, it's real. Yu Zhong rubbed his hands, feeling a bit hot. Even the details are there. This. Yu Fong fondled the jade pendant on his neck, his lips dry. The 3 of them faced Yu Hong, and although all the details matched, theoretically, if someone had prepared by memorizing and meticulously pondering in advance, it was still possible to achieve such a disguise. If only Yu Han were here, Umo murmured to himself. Yu Han was a devout Taoist who had always maintained his cultivation at the 7th layer, but had recently been expelled by the current temple master due to differing opinions. It's safe to say that when it came to Guanwu skill, he was the top expert within the temple. If he were here, he could certainly discern whether Yu Hong was genuine or a fraud. Alas, do I invest or not? Umo felt that it was worth taking a gamble. He observed Yu Hong's eyes and felt that the man did not seem to be psychotic. After all, there was once a disciple who was delusional, fantasizing that he had reached the pinnacle of Guanwu skill, with the same resolute look and coherent speech. But Yu Hong was different. His resolute gaze was clear, lacking the chaos and murkiness of insanity. Yu Zhong looked over at Yu Feng. After the tests, both had a foundation in their minds. Invest. We can invest. The two nodded together. Fine. At worst, we'll just lose some resources. But our Qingqin temple is not short on anything else. We have plenty of money. We can afford to gamble. Yu Mo decisively slapped his thigh. Despite Yu Hong's unknown background, and the fact that he was not a local, his advanced age, and his recent induction, none of that could outweigh one factor: talent. If Yu Hong's talent proves true, how would they cope if they slighted him and pushed him into joining another Taoist sect? Especially considering how understanding Yu Hong was, taking initiative to maintain the Taoist temple's reputation and cooperating with the mentors. It had been years since they encountered such a promising candidate with such awareness of the big picture. Investing resources in him, given his initiative, would not be a loss. Ding Ro, from today on, you will formally join the Dao Seed class, becoming the 5th Dao Seed, enjoying the equivalent treatment of the other Dao Seeds. Additionally, concerning the resentment technique which you wish to understand, the temple will open all its records to you. You may also attempt to practice our exclusive Qi condensation and shadow transformation technique. Yu Mo said solemnly. The difficulty of Qi condensation and shadow transformation technique is immense, and it requires substantial mastery of Taoist skills. When you practice, make sure that the fear illusions you summon are under your control. Otherwise, once the technique is used and the illusion is out of control, it can cause great harm to you first. Yu Hong was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Disciple understands. With this, his true goal had been achieved. Guanwu skill and Qi condensation and shadow transformation technique should represent the core essence of Qingqin Temple. Next, using Qingqin Temple as a stepping stone to enter the Taoist sect and come into contact with the high-end powers of the 9 sects would be naturally forthcoming. The power that has been sealing the entrance to the Black Disaster and suppressing it for many years. Yu Hong was very curious about this. After the decision by the 3 real people of Yu Mo to jointly invest fully in Yu Hong, they, of course, informed the temple master and other high-ranking officials promptly. Following discussions, Yu Hong's status as the 5th Dao Seed was swiftly confirmed. Starting from that day, Yu Hong's status had completely changed. His requests for resources were responded to promptly and with high quotas. Any materials he needed were delivered to his residence by a Taoist as soon as possible. In theory, aside from specially powered talismans that he couldn't obtain, he could freely use anything else, as long as it wasn't too outrageous. Moreover, after confirming the situation, Yu Mo also gifted him a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center. He was also provided a 30-something-year-old Taoist as an assistant. Not only was he exempt from paying, but he also received an additional salary of 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses. His only mandatory obligation was to participate in the sect's fixed promotional activities. Of course, these were of little concern to Yu Hong, who was truly focused on how to break through the 5th layer of Guanwu skill. Especially after acquiring the Qi condensation and shadow transformation technique, his desire grew even stronger. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Black Wind Camp. The frigid wind and snow were howling outside the sturdy gate. The sky looked blue with a hint of dark gray, the thick clouds obscuring the stars and moon. Yu Hong stood behind the door, peering through the viewing window outwards. The ultimate gate of cosmic divine light had been mostly frozen over, the surroundings akin to a fortress of ice, with only the front continuously releasing blue mist. This mist kept rising and converging into the sky, becoming the fundamental source of light for this sky. Guanwu skill. Coupling with Dao artifact. Yu Hong stood behind the door, in a room as warm as spring, and then looked out at the bitter cold temperatures of well below -100 degrees Celsius. He became lost in thought for a moment. In his hand, he held a standard Dao artifact from Qingqin Temple. It was a black bell engraved with runes, but this bell could not be rung. According to Master Yu Mo, it required using fingers with a special sealing method to strike the surface. Only by striking to produce a simultaneous dual tone could the fear illusion cohesion of the fifth layer be truly completed. It's difficult, but given time, I should be able to overcome it. However, this qi condensation and shadow transformation technique is quite interesting. Yu Hong took out a dark blue, thread-bound booklet and began to flip through. Using one's own essence qi to fill the illusion can amplify its effects. At the highest level of training, one can influence reality to a certain degree. The so-called qi condensation and shadow transformation is about reaching a level where one can turn fear illusions into a part of one's own shadow, manifesting thousands of shadows at the thought. According to the records, it has a powerful targeted effect against resentful marks. The qi condensation and shadow transformation technique consisted of 4 techniques, perfect for him to try out here once he masters them, to see if they could affect the Black Disaster. Chapter 297. The 4 techniques of qi condensation and shadow transformation technique are extremely complex. Yu Hong studied them bit by bit according to the secret manual, sought help from UMO occasionally to resolve his confusions, and then barely understood how to practice them. This technique is the fundamental magic skill of Qingqin Temple, emphasizing the guidance of emotions and sentiments to drive the essence qi inside the body, combined with fear illusions to enhance and then harness them. Because emotions are involved, each practice session unconsciously incorporates the practitioner's personal temperament and character. As a result, the fear shadows thus conjured naturally vary in strength and reality. The stronger the emotions, the more enhancement the fear shadows receive. Fortunately, with Yu Hong's wholehearted dedication to diligent study and practice, along with the help of the Tao breath circulation characteristic of the cultivation technique, he managed to master these 4 techniques after more than a month. Inside Black Wind Camp, Yu Hong stood in the center of the courtyard, with one hand erect in front of him, close to his chest, his eyes slightly closed. After standing quietly for several seconds, he suddenly brought his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword finger pointing forward towards the snowy ground. First technique, dress damage. Hiss, a faint sound, audible only to himself, exploded. An indistinct humanoid figure, pale all over, with a bizarre smile, flashed out of nowhere and appeared above the snow. The figure was exactly the same as the first fear illusion he conquered. Go! Yu Hong watched this fear shadow, changed the seal in his hand, and issued a command in his heart. The shadow immediately rushed forward, vanishing into the snowy ground outside the camp in the blink of an eye. Yu Hong observed carefully, and under the blue light, he noticed that the fear shadow was not running but flying swiftly through the air. It crossed several tens of meters in an instant and continued to fly further. Soon, after flying out over 100 meters, the fear shadow suddenly dissipated, then reappeared on the snowy ground in the courtyard. Control distance over 100 meters? Not bad. Yu Hong noted this distance. Next, let's see the actual effects. He moved forward actively, running out of the camp with the fear shadow moving through the forest. Soon, as they ran, the camp was left behind. The blue light above his head gradually dimmed, and the surrounding light became eerily darker. The reach of the light disaster's ultimate gate was quite weak here. ZZZZT. Yu Hong stopped, finding himself in an unfamiliar wilderness surrounded by completely iced-over dead trees that appeared like ghosts in the dark, gnashing their teeth fiercely. Black mist began to disperse around, decreasing the visibility to a mere dozen meters. Shapes of humanoid shadows, indistinct and soundless, moved within the black mist, their faces unclear. Go! Yu Hong commanded the fear shadow to charge forward into the group of shadows. Kill them, Yu Hong ordered in his mind. The fear shadow hesitated briefly, approached a male shadow, suddenly reached out, and tightly grasped the shadow's neck, its nails piercing deeply into the skin like spikes. Immediately, the shadow struggled with both hands, frantically scratching him. In the mist, the fear shadow's strength was clearly superior, easily tearing the shadow into pieces, turning it into gray-black mist that dissolved into nothingness. His own body sustained no significant damage. Following that, Yu Hong controlled it to eliminate more than 10 additional shadows around. After dealing with so many shadows, the form of the fear shadow slightly faded, apparently much consumed. What surprised Yu Hong was that the fear shadow seemed to be considered a kindred spirit by the shadows and was not attacked en masse. Once they fought, it was just one-on-one duels. He noted this characteristic, then stayed around waiting. Time slowly passed. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. No shadow appeared around. Yu Hong's expression became solemn. Could it really completely solve the shadow regeneration phenomenon? This world had been persistently retreating precisely because the Black Disaster continuously and endlessly resurrected. If the resurrection issue could be resolved, the peril of Black Disaster would dramatically decrease. Further observation is needed. Perhaps recreation doesn't always happen at a fixed location. Yu Hong analyzed in his mind, but regardless, he faintly saw a glimpse of hope. If the recreation can indeed be resolved, then it's understandable that the 9 sects have always been able to handle Black Disaster, keeping it at bay. With a wave of his hand, dispersing the seal, Yu Hong saw the fear shadow fly back and merge into his own shadow beneath him. Next, let's try the others. He continued traversing through the black mist, and soon, in the darkness ahead, a figure with long black hair hung from a rope in the trees, swaying with the wind, dripping drops of black blood. Seeing that figure, the red value detector on Yu Hong's shoulder spiked instantly, the number rushing up to 10,000. A new type not seen before. Yu Hong pinched a seal, and suddenly a phantom flew out of his shadow below, coalescing into the previous fear shadow form on the snowy ground, rushing towards it. Puff! Unfortunately, before the fear shadow could get close, it was fixed in midair by an invisible force, then exploded like a balloon, completely dispersing. Yu Hong only felt a slight prick in his head. Not painful, just uncomfortable. Try a stronger one. He pinched a seal again. The snow rapidly condensed into a blurry, transparent human form. This time, it was an evil shadow language person. As soon as the language person appeared, its body sprouted dense, bright red mouths. A large number of eerie sound waves were sent towards the opposite suspended human form. Simultaneously, as the sound waves spread, the legs of the suspended human form slowly turned into the same transparent, jelly-like texture as the language person. This was Yu Hong's first direct observation of how a language person attacks an unknown entity. Ah! In an instant, the suspended human form burst into black gas, rippling like waves. It opened its mouth to emit a sharp scream, and the black gas rushed towards the language person, clashing with the invisible sound waves in midair, forming a clear demarcation line. The black gas was buffeted by an invisible wall, tumbling around. Clearly, both sides were wrestling directly.
Seconde technique Neiyuan.
Seeing this, Yu Hong quickly employed the Qi condensation and shadow transformation technique. Instantly, he felt a slight tremor in his body, and a bit of his strength disappeared. Then the language person's body swelled. Its entire form grew in size, and the sound waves it emitted quickly suppressed the opponent's black gas. Soon, the sound waves dispersed the black gas, striking the suspended human form and sending it flying backwards, crashing into an ice sculpture tree and shattering into pieces like tattered cloth. The fragments scattered in the air, continuing to try to rush towards the language person. But while still mid-air, the fragments were swiftly transformed into transparent, jelly-like substance, falling to the ground and quickly crawling onto the language person, merging with it. Not bad. Yu Hong nodded in satisfaction. Next, he conducted over 10 tests, searching for different intensities of shadows, evil shadows, and blood-tide monsters, finally testing out the results. The fear shadow summoned by the Qi condensation and shadow transformation technique was stronger than the actual entity of the Black Disaster. In the combat, he was also able to use the latter 3 techniques to enhance and restore it. This style of combat, similar to summoning, was quite novel. But Yu Hong already possessed the Infinite River technique and had experience with the Dragon Lizard Nest, so he adapted quite quickly. Soon, after completing the tests, he began to make his way back the same route. Halfway through, Passing the location where he had dealt with the suspended human form, Yu Hong checked the detector. Minus 47.214.
No regeneration.
A hint of anticipation began to form in his heart. Continuing on his way back, he kept his eye on the locations where he had previously dealt with the shadows. For the sake of comparison, he had also manually dealt with some shadows before. Now, these shadows had revived and stood in the black fog, staring at him motionlessly from a distance. Only those shadows dealt with by the fear shadow had not reappeared. By the time he returned to the camp, Yu Hong could almost confirm that the qi condensation and shadow transformation technique indeed had the effect of completely resolving the black disaster. Realizing this, he was immediately overjoyed and rushed to the nearest Gray City base. If this universally applicable cultivation method could be mastered, perhaps this world could have a bit more hope. Of course, to avoid a repeat of the Eternal Life Association situation and to prevent easy access leading to it being undervalued, he needed to impose some restrictions, to sift through and find the right people to whom he could pass on the magic skill. After all, the disasters that can be brought about by a corrupt heart can sometimes be greater than the black disaster itself. The black mark was about to finish its enhancement, which would be perfect for solidifying a magic skill that could control and ensure loyalty, preventing another scenario like the Eternal Life Association. Under the whistling snow, atop the ruins of a collapsed building, Yu Hong held a bright flashlight, searching for the entrance to the underground base. Before long, he halted his steps and stomped down hard with his right foot. Bang! The rubble of cement and rocks suddenly collapsed, exploding into a 5-meter-wide pit. The Taiyuan True Method's second layer has greatly enhanced the physical body. The power has increased, yet the body weight is even lighter than before. Yu Hong compared his current strength to his previous capabilities and made an estimation. He stomped again. Bang! Another pit within a pit appeared beneath his feet. Snow and lime dust mixed together, scattering in all directions. After waiting for over 10 seconds, a thick, dark gray cement door emerged in front of Yu Hong. It's completely sealed off. Zhang Kaijun had cut off contact with the outside and decided to eat the food inside, then die in the base. But that was under the premise of seeing no hope. Now that Yu Hong had hope in his hands, considering their friendship, he decided to give him a hand. You still owe me the biological transformation potion. I can open it and then seal it back. He walked lightly to the stone gate and placed one hand firmly on its surface. Streams of inner qi rapidly circulated and surged into the interior of the stone gate. In an instant, his fingers deeply pierced into the stone of the door, and then his inner qi rapidly strengthened the structure of the large gate. Then he forcefully lifted upward. Bang! The stone gate, which had been frozen to the ground, suddenly broke off. The stone gate, weighing hundreds of tons, was lifted, revealing a dark gap. Yu Hong took the opportunity to flash his body through. Bang! The stone gate slammed back down, sealing off completely. Chapter 298. Behind the door, Yu Hong was met with darkness, and in front of him was a stairway leading underground. The passageway was gray-black in color, with dark red bloodstains covering the walls. The safety lights tainted with blood cast a faint green glow, making the place all the more gloomy. Yu Hong's expression darkened as he looked down the passage. There was no sound from below. Zhang Kaijun? He called out. No one responded. Yu Hong glanced at the red value detector. The value displayed on the LCD screen had already reached 4 digits. Minus 1,187.234. Suppressing the unease in his heart, he moved quickly into the passageway. Step by step, he proceeded along the corridor. On the ground around him, on the walls, the bloodstains grew more and more abundant. The entire corridor seemed to have completely turned into a sea of blood. Seeing this, a hint of despondency flashed across Yu Hong's face. He seemed to have guessed what had happened here. He continued to walk inside. Soon, the passageway leveled out, leading into a square black hall with ventilation fans still spinning. In the hall, bodies covered in white frost and frozen stiff were densely piled together. At a glance, the ground was covered with corpses. They were wearing protective suits, with no obvious wounds, but underneath them flowed copious amounts of blood, frozen into red crystals that blanketed the entire floor. Zhang Kaijun, Yu Hong called out again. Still, no one replied. Yu Hong checked the bodies but confirmed that he did not see the other party. He continued towards the other passages connected to the hall. Room after room passed by him, with doors open or closed, but inside and outside on the ground were bodies in blood-soaked waters. There were no shadowy figures, no evil shadows, not even a blood tide, only bodies and silence. Before long, a silver-gray metal door appeared in front of Yu Hong. He pushed it open and entered. In this large room filled with various supply boxes, right in the center, a figure in a blood-stained protective suit was struggling to crawl out of one of the boxes. Thud! The person lay down on the ground, face up, the transparent visor of the helmet filled with white mist. Yu Hong? The shadow asked weakly. It's me, Yu Hong responded, recognizing the voice. Old Zhang. Was it the evil shadow? Yes, a new type of evil shadow. I was too naive. The materials from the sun had no effect on it. Zhang Kaijun chuckled weakly. The talisman array only had a little effect. They seemed to be evolving, developing a resistance to the luminous stone. Is there anyone else alive in the base? Aside from you? Yu Hong sighed. 428. Zhang Kaijun spoke in a solemn tone. What? 428. The hidden talisman array compartment on the wall. It's up to you. Zhang Kaijun's voice trailed off. I'm too tired. Let me rest for a while. Yu Hong wanted to speak, but suddenly the scene before him blurred, just for a blink of an eye. The Zhang Kaijun before him vanished instantly. There was no sign of the figure in the protective suit on the ground, nor any trace of anyone having lain there, nothing at all. Zhang Kaijun? Yu Hong's heart sank and he called out again. There was no response. He quickly went to the supply box from which Zhang Kaijun had emerged and lifted the lid with his hand. It was empty inside. Now he finally noticed that on one side of the room, there were lines in the wall resembling drawer cuts. At intervals, there were numbers marked on the wall. Shortly thereafter, Yu Hong saw the number Zhang Kaijun had mentioned. 428. It corresponded to a number for a hidden compartment drawer on the wall. He reached out, lightly touching to find a small recess. Hooking his fingers into it, he forcefully pulled it outwards. Swoosh! A large drawer suddenly opened on the wall. Inside the silver-gray metal drawer was a somewhat familiar black-haired girl, curled up. The girl was wearing a silver protective suit, with a line of markings on the side of the helmet. Comprehensive experiment subject number 428. Through the glass visor, Yu Hong seemed to recognize why he found her familiar. Because the girl's face bore some features of Zhang Kaijun, stern, with distinct features and contours that were very similar. He gently reached out, pressing his hand against the side of the girl's neck to feel for a pulse. Still alive. Yu Hong quickly lifted her out with one hand, then went checking through the other drawers. Unfortunately, there were no more miracles. Inside were other people, but all were dead, breathless. Zhang Kaijun, who had just been talking, had also disappeared without a trace. In a completely sealed underground base, he had vanished as if evaporated from the world. This made Yu Hong involuntarily focus his gaze on the number 428 he was holding. With the only living person in hand, he quickly searched for a while, but ultimately exited the base and headed back to Black Wind Camp. Half an hour later, within the camp, in another sealed cavern right next to the safety house cave, Yu Hong used black cloth to thoroughly seal the crevice at the cave entrance, preventing any light from shining in. Then he turned around, looking at the black-haired girl who had awakened and was slowly sitting up. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, youthful and delicate, with an unusual silver-gray color in her eyes, instead of the common black, blue, or other colors. You and Zhang Kaijun, what is your relationship? Yu Hong asked her directly. Daddy, the girl answered calmly. He's my dad. Yu Hong was at a loss for words. He remembered that Zhang Kaijun wasn't even married. So where did this grown daughter come from? And how old was he himself? But no matter what, the girl's face indeed resembled Zhang Kaijun's. What's your name? Zhang Kaiying. The girl replied. Did you save me, Uncle Yu Hong? Yes. What are your plans for the future? Yu Hong asked. I don't know. My dad told me to follow you. The girl responded. I'm not obligated to take care of you, and there are neither the conditions nor environment here to do so. Yu Hong frowned. Go to Hope City. I'll send you there. Hope City, too, is doomed. There is no hope in this world, Zhang Kaiying said calmly. Yu Hong watched her, feeling that there was something off about the girl. Whether it was the way she appeared or her demeanor and manner of speaking, it all conveyed an unnatural stiffness to him. So you want to follow me? Yes. Dad said if there's anyone in this world who could survive to the end, it would be you, Zhang Kaiying said solemnly. That does sound like something he would say. Yu Hong nodded slightly. Looking at this child, no matter how he felt she was hiding many things, he wasn't willing to manipulate a child, considering Zhang Kaijun's situation, nor did he deem it necessary. Your father and the others at the base, they all died, aren't you sad? He asked suddenly. I'm very sad, but I'm numb now. I just want to live according to my father's last wishes. Zhang Kaiying answered, her pretty face tranquil, showing no sign of sorrow. Yu Hong was at a loss again. Is that expression meant to be sad? He instructed her not to leave the cave at will, as all her daily activities had to be confined within, otherwise, she'd be confused by the light disaster's rays as soon as she went out and dissolve into part of the cosmic divine light. He stuffed a pile of food and drink for her and brought a hot water pipe from the safety house cave to increase the temperature inside her cave. Only then did he leave, returning to the base to search for clues. Inside Gray City Base, with a more thorough search, he finally found a large number of records of Zhang Kaijun gathering researchers to perform frantic human experiments. Then Yu Hong understood why that guy had been so determined to seal off the entire base. He had been attempting to mutate a special type of cell that could fully adapt to the black mist and the toxic air. Many places conducted such experiments, but his was different. He found a case of someone mutating into the black disaster, and after sacrificing more than a dozen people, he successfully obtained part of the target's body tissue cells. The reason Zhang Kaiying was number 428 was that she was the 428th human subject experimented on. And the previously unsuccessful experiments finally made a breakthrough this time. Thus, thrilled by the progress, Zhang Kaijun named her Zhang Kaiying. With the sound of flipping pages, Yu Hong sat in the cave reading all the experiment records, which abruptly ended here. All subsequent records were gone, either destroyed or taken away. Zhang Kaiying. Yu Hong closed the documents. Forget it, let's start the game over there first, then come back and solve the issues here. He stood up, left the cave, and went to another cave where the dragon lizard nest was stored. Swish. The moment he entered, numerous red eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. These were the black dragon lizards that had accumulated over several months. This time, he planned to take most of the dragon lizards to another world to deal with potential trouble. After all, left here with slow movements in the cold, these dragon lizards wouldn't be of much use. When he came back next time, if the black mark strengthening was almost over, and he managed to control the situation with the magic skill, he would go to Hope City to select and impart Taoist skills to the chosen seeds. He couldn't deny his self-interest. He didn't want the cultivation method he passed on to be used against him in the end. So he had to set up advanced restrictive measures. It's fine to use them against the black disaster, but not against him. Asterisk. 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 Huangsong Island World. Taizhou City, Wangyue Villa District. Inside the private villa of Umo, the old Taoist. Umo, Yufeng, Yuzhong, the three old men looked at Yu Hong, who had just completed demonstrating the 4 techniques of the qi condensation and shadow transformation technique. Their hands trembled as they held their teacups, their eyes slightly unfocused. Fast. Too fast. Just now, Yu Hong had demonstrated all 4 techniques of the qi condensation and shadow transformation technique to them, showing off his proficiency. It's been such a short time. Truly it's. With all-out cultivation, With Ding Rou here, our Qingchen Temple is bound to achieve great things in the future. What does the Temple Master say? The Temple Master asked us to confirm whether the situation is true, and if it is, to spare no expense, everyone should step aside for Ding Rou. As long as he can surge up in cultivation, our Qingchen Temple will definitely be able to turn the tables at the year-end Taoist sect competition. Ding Rou is absolutely the most talented person in 100 years of our Qingchen Temple. Without a doubt, the strongest. If he can perfect the Taoist skills and the Qi condensation and shadow transformation technique, who in the Taoist sect would dare to say in our faces that our Qingchen Temple is in decline? Exactly. Cheers. This is truly a blessing from heaven. A golden opportunity. Yu Hong listened to the emotionally charged words of the three old Taoists, his face still showing a faint smile, calm and composed. The 40 dragon lizards he brought had already been distributed around Taizhou. Having confirmed that the secret technique here could completely destroy the Black Disaster, he was also very interested in the other magic skills of the Taoist sect. At the same time, he was more interested in their methods of sealing and blocking the entrance to the Black Disaster. And to gain access to these, he needed to truly ascend to the upper echelons of the Taoist sect. So, starting as a genius, step by step to the top, quickly reaching the upper levels of the 9 sects through the competition is the most orthodox and quick method. And the dragon lizards could act as his eyes and subordinates to do some things he was not convenient to handle personally. Chapter 299. Qingchen Temple's Separate Courtyard. The vast Qingchen Temple has over 100 disciples. Naturally, it's not possible to have only one Taoist temple point. There are 36 different-sized separate courtyards in total, serving as both warehouses and research bases. Yes, you heard right, research bases. Inside the separate courtyard, Zhang Xia, who was responsible for guiding, explained somewhat irritably, "We are researching the improvements of the fundamental technique Qi condensation and shadow transformation technique, as well as the optimization of the Taoist skills Guanwu skill." Shi and Yu Hong were currently standing inside a separate courtyard near a small county town in Taizhou, visiting the research projects here. Through the observation window, one could see old Taoists with white hair, holding scriptures and notebooks, operating various instruments in enclosed labs, testing volunteer disciples, and recording data, rapidly calculating something. It looks very impressive. Yu Hong had not expected that Qingchen Temple was so progressive and sincerely admired it. Otherwise, what did you think? That we took so much money just to enjoy ourselves? A significant reason is for the elders who were injured and couldn't continue to eliminate malevolent spirits. Without money, they wouldn't receive proper care. Now with enough funds, not only do these elders receive excellent treatment with their injuries being healed to the greatest extent, but they can also fully utilize their experience to develop new technologies, materials, and methods beneficial for the entire Taoist temple. Zhang Xia spoke about this and stood straight with a proud look on her face. That makes sense. Yu Hong nodded in agreement, having only known that Qingchen Temple was eager for money, but he hadn't realized such deep logic and reasons behind it. That's right. Therefore, everyone in the temple supports the current temple master taking charge of the situation. Zhang Xia sighed. Seeing Yu Hong's genuinely admiring look, she felt a little less resistant in her heart. She felt this person was not as hypocritical as before. Let's go. This time it's specially instructed by the masters, to clear the way for all resources given to you. They spent a high price to purchase the raw materials and managed to refine a batch of heart-changing pills, 3 pills in a batch. This time they said they would give you 1. TSK. Zhang Xia didn't know what else to say. Just from a hint of minor news from her master, she understood that this disciple Ding Rou in front of her must have exceptional talent. Otherwise, they wouldn't allocate a heart-changing pill, which masters fight over every year, to him. Heart-changing pill? Yu Hong asked with curiosity. What are the effects of this elixir? It forcibly stabilizes your Taoist realm, rapidly advancing your Taoist cultivation by 1 level. However, one can only consume 1 pill every 2 years, and it is ineffective for advancing to the 9th layer. Because the Taoist cultivation can regress, often these pills are used. You know, Zhang Xia explained. Yu Hong was shocked internally. Qingchen Temple looked unassuming, yet it housed such great items? Shocked, aren't you? Zhang Xia smiled. There are more surprises hidden in the future. Did you really think we people of Qingchen Temple are fools? Giving up fame and so much just for money? Money, aside from providing comfort, holds no purpose if it's not spent properly to produce the most top-tier effects. Then, doesn't that mean there are many high-level Taoist practitioners in the temple? These could entirely be achieved with the aid of elixirs, Yu Hong asked. You think the masters wouldn't want that? But it's not possible because the materials needed for these elixirs are extremely rare and hard to come by, and the failure rate is also very high. This batch of elixirs was accumulated over many years and was only successfully refined into a few pills due to good luck. Giving you one is already incredibly significant, Zhang Xia replied. So that's how it is. Senior sister Zhang Xia knows a lot. I have learned much. Yu Hong sincerely performs a palm-to-palm salute. You don't need to be this formal. Zhang Xia blushed a bit from such a formal gesture, quickly turning her head away. Taoist cultivation does not advance but regress. Don't depend on this pill forever. Once regression starts, it can happen within just a few days, even faster. In some extreme cases, it can lead to immediate collapse of the Tao heart, resulting in complete control loss over the technique, suffering backlash. It's exactly because of this, our Taoist sect pursues a balanced and stable approach as the most important. I understand this point.
Yuong nodded.
For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward, and they both fell silent. They passed through two small courtyards inside the separate courtyard and approached a three-story building at the far end. A thin, elderly man with a goatee was already waiting at the door for a long time. After some pleasantries, the elder took out a black box, already prepared earlier, and handed it to Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia opened the box, checked it, then handed it over to Yu Hong. Yu Hong took the box. Inside was a pale golden pill about the size of a marble. The pill was packed around with various bits of cotton, straw leaves, etc. Close it up, take it directly when needed. Next, I'll take you to see a Tao artifact. Zhang Xia glanced at the black bell on Yu Hong's waist. The Tao artifact, your Emperor Bell, is just among the standard considered superior. The master asked me to take you to the Inheritance Hall. Inheritance Hall? Yes, that's the most important place in our Qingchen Temple, where the personal Tao artifacts of past temple elders are stored. Some Tao artifacts, simply because they have been used for a long time, have a very strong aura imbued in them, and they can significantly enhance Taoist skills and techniques, Zhang Xia explained. That's incredible, Yu Hong exclaimed. Let's go, I'll take you to see. Zhang Xia held her head high, leading Yu Hong away from this separate courtyard, toward the Inheritance Hall. Inheritance Hall is located underground of a museum in the city area of Taizhou. On the surface, it appears as an exhibition museum, but beneath lies another universe. Before the two arrived here, Yuemo and Temple Master Yuhen, the Taoist, were already waiting. On a sunny day, under the shade of trees, they stood side by side, watching various tourists coming in and out of the museum. If Yu Hong passes this test at the Inheritance Hall, he will henceforth be one of the mere 3 core disciples of Qingchen Temple, receiving treatment on par with Zhang Ming and Zhang Ying. The temple master said earnestly, without his usual frivolity. I do think there shouldn't be any issue. However, isn't this a bit too soon for Hong? Yuemo hesitated a little. It's not too soon. Didn't Zhang Ming and Zhang Ying also go through this at the same time? Moreover, if Yu Hong's Taoist skills are indeed at the 5th layer, then using Inheritance Hall to test him at the 6th layer will be ineffective, Yuhen said sternly. By using the Inheritance Tao artifact's ancestral spirits to check whether he holds malicious intentions and to verify whether his talents are as strong as he claims, this might be our only method. We could take him to deal with the resentful marks as a test, Yuemo suggested. That could only show that his Taoist cultivation and technique cultivation are strong, but it can't reveal his true intentions. Enough about this. If Yu Hong harbors no ill intent, then the Inheritance Hall will be greatly beneficial for him. If he can obtain 1 or 2 Inheritance Tao artifacts, he will possess a great self-defense against the resentful marks and the black disaster. Yu Hen smiled. That's true, Umo nodded. Their conversation shifted to other affairs related to the temple's industries. Soon, the wide-open doors of the museum saw a white luxury car slowly pulling up. The car door opened, and Zhang Xiao escorted Yu Hong out, exchanged some greetings with the Taoist at the door, and then walked briskly towards them. Zhang Xia Ding Ro, we greet the teacher and temple master. Both of them bowed to Umo and Yu Hen. Rise. This time, qualification for the inheritance hall is both a test for Ding Ro and a reward for you. All official disciples of the Dao Seed class have been here, yet only Zhang Ming and Zhang Ying received recognition from the inheritance Dao artifacts and took one from here. So, if you can also take one, it will greatly aid your future. The benevolent Yu Hen smiled. Disciple understands. Yu Hong had already got the gist from Zhang Xia on the road here. He was also very curious about this inheritance hall. Speaking of which, the inheritance hall was also neglected for a long time previously, its secrets undiscovered. Later, when the temple had funds, we repaired the ancestral spirit tablets and then discovered a whole new world. This could be considered a great gift left by our ancestors to our descendants, only that we were too poor before. The temple master sighed deeply, leading them along a small path in the museum to a corner where a hidden elevator was located. He pressed for the third basement floor, and the elevator began to rapidly descend. Outside people always say I, Yu Hen, am greedy for money, but without money, the inheritance Dao artifacts can't shine, and the inheritance can't arrange self-transferring ceremonies. Without proper maintenance, many inheritance Dao artifacts might even degrade over time. Is this the price we have to pay for preserving tradition? No, I, Yu Hen, do not condone this. The temple master became impassioned, caught in self-admiration. After I took over as temple master, I devoted myself to improving our financial situation, torturing my mind endlessly. The rest was a bunch of nonsense about his own achievements. Yu Hong outwardly showed respect, but his ears automatically filtered out this part of the conversation. Ding! The elevator reached its destination. He followed his two seniors out of the doors, and in front of them was a fan-shaped gray stone hall. Facing them, the hall had 3 doors, each round-shaped and styled like the Tai Chi diagram, with inscription on them. Respectively, they are avoidance, defense, intimidation. Ah, this is the inheritance hall. The 3 doors are for escaping, protecting, and attacking. You choose yourself, the temple master straightforwardly interpreted, pointing at the 3 doors. Can't you be more elegant, brother? Umo couldn't help but quip. But that's precisely what they are. I'm only worried Ding Ro wouldn't understand. Yu Hen confidently retorted, not admitting his lack of culture. Yu Hong, with a suppressed smile from Zhang Xia, stepped forward, sensing the different auras from the 3 doors. Actually, he didn't think this inheritance Dao artifact would be of much help, considering his own strength, and having trained to his current powerful physique, Dao artifacts didn't seem very necessary. Ding Ro, do you feel that an inheritance Dao artifact can help much? It all depends on one's own cultivation after all. Being a supreme talent, you probably have such thoughts, right? Taoist Umo behind him precisely touched upon his thoughts, smiling as he spoke. Yu Hong straightened his face. Disciple indeed was a bit arrogant. I apologize, master. It's not arrogance. Every genius before entering here has such thoughts. Just like you, both Zhang Ming and Zhang Ying felt the same. Umo smiled and continued. But that's because you are unaware of the power of the inheritance Dao artifacts. Essentially, the Dao artifacts here were crafted by our ancestors using many now-lost materials, similar to storing spiritual thoughts. Storing? Spiritual thoughts. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes. Master, what is this spiritual thought? Chapter 300. Spiritual intent is the potential existence of a soul. To this day, no one can be sure, no one can truly observe the essence of a soul. The deities worshipped by our Taoist faith, and the wild gods spoken of in folktales, most are spiritual intents. You can think of them as harmless, resentful marks, Umo explained. Why not just say it's a soul? Yu Hong asked again. This showed Yumo's world had a fundamental understanding of souls and many other things, a rare chance to understand the mysterious system here. Naturally, he wouldn't let it slip away. Because spiritual intent only possesses some of the characteristics of the souls found in legends. They follow certain fixed patterns of behavior, give feedback, but do not possess true, complete free consciousness. They are quite sensitive and flexible within their own domain, but quite rigid in other respects, Umo answered. Everything has a spirit. Modern scientific research has found that we humans are made up of countless cells working together. Since countless simple consciousnesses in cells can construct us humans, why can't they construct other similar entities? Master Yuhen chuckled as he interjected his explanation. His words completely overturned his usual image of foolishness and greed for wealth, making Yu Hong look at him with newfound respect. So, the inheritance Tao artifacts store the spiritual intents of generation after generation of our Qingchun Temple's ancestral masters. They have become very powerful and can vaguely connect with heaven, endowed with divine intent, Umo said. If you can obtain one, facing resentful marks and the like, your strength could instantly skyrocket. Heaven? Yu Hong felt a chill in his heart. Finally, he was hearing about the top power structures of this place. What is heaven? He asked, showing curiosity. We're not sure. We only know that it is a special space that one can ascend to only after one's spiritual intent becomes exceedingly strong. It's full of all kinds of extremely powerful divine intents. Not all are friendly. Most don't distinguish between good and evil. Whoever can harness these forces will descend to our world and offer power. What people call divine intent is the terrifying power formed when spiritual intent is strengthened to its limit and sublimits. Such power can directly intervene in reality. This isn't something you need to consider right now. For the moment, let's stay grounded and focus on properly connecting with the inheritance hall, Umo said with a smile. Yes, disciple understands, Yu Hong said, uncertain if this heaven was the same one he had heard of in his previous life, but feeling that what Umo described was different. He pushed aside these thoughts for now. His gaze turned to the 3 Tai Chi diagram doors. It seems that this inheritance Tao artifact could be very helpful to me. Revising his previous lack of enthusiasm, he thought and took the initiative to walk towards the door marked with a golden turtle. My speed is sufficient for now. Facing a source disaster, it's impossible to claim a quick victory and solve the problem in a short time. So first I need to ensure my own invincibility. Therefore, defense first. Seeing him heading towards the golden turtle, Umo and Yuhen behind him both showed admiration. Prudent in thought, measured in action, a clear understanding of oneself. Excellent. Yuhen nodded in satisfaction. It seems this time in the Taoist sect competition, it might be Qingchun Temple's turn to rise. Umo also nodded, stroking his beard. Snap. Yu Hong reached out and touched the stone surface of the golden turtle door. Hiss. The stone gate, following the seams of the Tai Chi diagram, opened to both sides, revealing a small yellow-lit room inside. Yu Hong entered the room, scanning all around. The black racks against the walls were all made of black jade, each with a groove carved out, and within each groove, there lay all sorts of items. Among these items were emperor bells, Taoist robes, treasure swords, scimitars, as well as teapots, chairs, shields, and more. Each item had a label underneath indicating which ancestral masters had used them before. Some had a long list of names, while others only a few. Yu Hong slowly walked along the jade racks, and before long, stopped in front of a dark red horse-cutting saber, 2.5 meters long. The bigger it is, the heavier, the stronger. I need to fully leverage my advantage of having great physical strength. This suits me. Yu Hong glanced at the horse-cutting saber. This item was the biggest and heaviest here. Below it, there were only 2 names recorded, showing that not many ancestral masters were able to use this weapon freely. The label on the horse-cutting saber also had a detailed description of its function. Time-sharing blade. Can amplify Taoist skills by 1 layer, techniques by 2 layers. Those recognized can briefly connect with Heaven's 4 Seasons realm divine intent and gain the assistance of the 4 Seasons saber spirit in combat. The connection time depends on the individual's Taoist cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the fear shadow as the carrier, the longer the 4 Seasons Saber Spirit will manifest. 4 Seasons Saber Spirit. It sounded very formidable. Yu Hong did not immediately choose this item because here it was not he who chose the Tao artifact, but the Tao artifact that chose him. After making a round, he also found a meteor hammer quite fitting. It also amplified Taoist skills, techniques, and was able to connect with the divine intent descending from heaven. The Tao artifacts here were obviously much stronger than the plain bell he had before, which, besides being made of sturdy material and aiding in practicing Taoist skills, had no other functions. There was also a headpiece, a Tao crown, with a very simple design like leaping flames. The label on this Tao artifact indicated it only amplified techniques, but the amplification was significant, directly strengthening the power by more than 50%. For those with weaker Taoist skills and unable to perfectly control the fear shadow, it could become an immediate death omen. This suits disciples who aren't skilled in techniques but have high Taoist cultivation. Yu Hong had his eyes open this time. After carefully examining each Tao artifact, he finally returned to the front of the door. As the temple master had said, he closed his eyes and slowly started his Taoist practice. Cool breaths began to circulate back and forth between his temples. Oddly, as he began to practice his Taoist skills, all the Tao artifacts in the room seemed to be activated, releasing a similar breath. In Yu Hong's perception, originally everything was dark and hazy. But as each Tao artifact released its own breath, the shapes and forms of the Tao artifacts began to illuminate within the darkness he perceived. Around them swirled many chain-like runes glowing with a faint white light in the dark. Vaguely, silhouettes began to emerge within the white light, overlapping. The blurred faces of Taoists appeared one by one in the white glow, looking towards Yu Hong. Countless cool breaths mixed together, forming imposing and terrifying pressures that bore down on Yu Hong. Yu Hong's previously relaxed attitude gradually became solemn. He had thought that even if the inheritance Tao artifacts here were powerful, they wouldn't be too strong. But now it seemed, the system here entirely focused on the spiritual aspect. If the presence of his current 5th layer Taoist cultivation was to be defined as a numerical value of 1, then the presence of each Tao artifact before him was erupting with a strength of at least 10. This was a force stronger than his own being, capable of generating a unique sense of spiritual threat. He could sense that the presence of these Tao artifacts was like living beings, tentatively touching him, observing him. They carried with them a hazy sense of doubt, hesitation, and shock. "Are you worried that I harbor ill intentions?" Yu Hong found this point and showed a slight smile on his face. He spread his arms and said confidently, "Everything I wish to do has never meant to harm anyone." He covered his heart with one hand. "Do you feel it? The goodwill in my heart." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Outside the door, Umo and Master Yu Hen of Qingchen Temple stood in silence, somewhat expectant yet also worried. If his mind is impure and his nature vile, solely relying on deceit to fool us, then the inheritance Tao artifacts would have retaliated instantly upon entry. But there's been no fluster so far, which clearly means Ding Ro is fine. Master Yu Hen said gravely, "I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about whether he can bring out an inheritance Tao artifact." Umo frowned and said, "Alas, my Qingchen Temple is now weak in disciples, with only Zhang Ming and Zhang Ying successfully bringing out 2 each, but both belong to the most basic yellow-level Tao artifacts in the hierarchy of heaven and earth's mysteries, with minimal enhancement and not very strong summons, at most capable of invoking divine intent 1 level stronger than oneself." Master Yu Hen nodded. "Ding Ro could be the most talented disciple in my temple in 100 years, reaching the 5th layer of Taoist cultivation in mere months, mastering the Qi condensation and shadow transformation technique completely. With such talent, surely our ancestors would care to favor him somewhat." "Hopefully," Umo sighed. In the hierarchy of heaven and earth's mysteries, each level's power could be differentiated with numerical values. For yellow it's 1, then profound is at 100, earth at 10,000, and heaven at 1,000,000. The gap in between is as wide as the heavens and the earth. With Ding Ro's talent, if he could be guarded by a fine Dao artifact, his path ahead will be much safer, Umo said solemnly. Behind the two of them, Zhang Xia also had a complicated expression on her face, not stating what was on her mind. Although initially defeated by Yu Hong with a single strike, humiliating her and causing deep resentment towards him, hoping he wouldn't obtain a good Dao artifact, best if he couldn't get any inheritance Dao artifact at all. Yet, as a disciple of Qingchen Temple, she hoped that he would get an excellent one. While their thoughts fluctuated, the stone gate of the Golden Tortoise slowly parted, and a burly figure walked out slowly. It was Yu Hong. He held nothing in his hands, simply walking out in his gray-white Taoist robe. Had he failed? Just as this speculation crossed their minds, suddenly, their gaze landed on a blue-purple crescent moon jade pendant on Yu Hong's chest. The pendant was shaped like a crescent moon, surrounded by cloud patterns with hidden faces, and even some mysterious twisted monstrous figures within. As Yu Hong moved, the patterns refracted from different angles on the pendant also showed different images. Did he get a Dao artifact? Or, is this something he brought in with him? Master Yu Hen tentatively asked. Ding Ro, Umo was more direct, asking aloud, "Did you get an inheritance Dao artifact?" A deep sense of anticipation showed on his face. Not just him, Master Yu Hen and Zheng Xia also had the same look in their eyes. A good inheritance Dao artifact, if it has powerful innate divine intent, could instantly add a practical expert to the sect. In the current declining state of Qingchen Temple, with no strong experts to rely on, and only these old-timers arranging formations to barely defend themselves, everyone, all the disciples who witnessed the sect's grand competition, hoped for a true powerhouse to emerge. And the inheritance Dao artifact was the only shortcut to becoming a powerful expert in haste. Yu Hong stepped out of the stone gate, looked up at the three, and revealed a composed smile. "Mission accomplished," he declared, pinching the blue-purple crescent pendant on his chest, lifting it up. "This is the Dao artifact that has acknowledged and accepted me." Guanghan, Master Yu Hen and Umo closely observed the pendant. "What level of Dao artifact is it?" "It's profound level. It enhances Daoist skills by 2 levels, increases the power of techniques by 30%, and can summon a divine intent named Chang'e that devours all things." Yu Hong explained the Dao artifact, his own eyes twitching slightly. Did he not know the story of Chang'e flying to the moon? After coming to this place, it turned into Chang'e, always hungry,